Good morning. I would like to welcome all of you to Interim Finance Committee meeting this morning. And welcome to everybody joining us here in the committee room and in Las Vegas and online. I am Senator Marilyn Dondero-Loop, and I will be chairing the IFC meeting for today. So before we get into today's meeting, just a reminder to turn off all your devices, please, or turn it off or mute. And second, for those who will be providing testimony, please remember to state your name and spell it for the record. And if you have a business card, please hand it to the committee secretary. We will start this morning with roll call. And so with that, will the secretary please call the roll?
Assemblymember Anderson. Present. Assemblymember Backus. Present. Assemblymember Brown-May. Here. Assemblymember Dickman. Assemblymember Hafen. Assemblymember Hibbets. Here. Assemblymember Howdigi. Here. Assemblymember Koenig. Here. Assemblymember Mosca. Here. Assemblymember O'Neill. Here. Assemblymember Torres Fawcett. Here. Assemblymember Watts. Here. Assemblymember Yeager. Here. Vice Chair Monroe Moreno. Here. Senator Buck. Here. Senator Cannizzaro. Senator Wynn. Here. Senator Pazina for Senator Taylor. Senator Scheibel. Here. Senator Stone. Here. Senator Titus. Here. Chair Dondero-Loop.
Here. And please mark Senator Cannizzaro present as she arrives. We will start, because we are having an interim finance meeting, we will start this morning with public comment, which is next on our agenda. So this will be the first period of public comment. There will be another opportunity at the end of the meeting. And so if you would like to give public comment here in Carson City, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll go to Las Vegas. Is there anyone in Las Vegas for public comment? Seeing none, we'll go to the phone lines. AVH. Is there anyone on the phone? And if you're dialing in on the phone, you will dial 888-475-4499. And the meeting ID number is 822-2635-2437, and then press pound. When prompted for the participant ID, please press pound. And AVH, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to provide public comment today, please press star 9 to take your place in the queue. There are no callers wishing to provide public comment at this time.
Thank you very much. And so with that, we will go on to the next item on the agenda, which is C1, Statement of the American Rescue Plan Action Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund Obligations, Identified Project Savings, and Work Program Revision Considerations. Mr. Leiser from LCB will present the statement, so we welcome you. We're just only sorry for you that it wasn't April Fool's Day, so.
You should ask if you did this video.
Did you do your video that you promised us?
For the
Mr. You know, we've got to have some fun before this serious project. Mr. Leiser, please go ahead.
For the record, Brody Leiser with the Fiscal Analysis Division of the Legislative Council Bureau. I have to apologize, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Just due to some time restraints, I was not able to get a video together. And I think I may lack the creative intelligence to do so.
We'll let you off the hook this time, Mr. Leiser, because we know your position demands a lot of extra hours. So thank you very much.
I did have some ideas, though. And, I thought, well, maybe I could do a parody of a music song. There's the
many choices.
Barbie girl.
So many choices.
I'm an ARPA girl in an ARPA world. It's a little spastic, but everything's fantastic.
We like it.
you know.
Okay. We will schedule time for that on the agenda.
You know, maybe a movie. Everyone likes Arnold Schwarzenegger, the ARPANETA. Are there any ARPA funds available? I need a hang-up for my chopper.
You know, Mr. Leiser, somehow I knew I could count on you. I knew I could count on you.
I'm so glad that our interim director is here today to join us, and I hope I don't get in any trouble.
You can put me down as a reference, sir.
With that, I will walk through agenda item C1 and summarize the requests that have been submitted for consideration today by the committee. The table has been provided as a separate handout outside of the meeting packets. Members should have a hard copy, and it's also available on the committee meeting webpage, listed under meeting material agenda item C1. At the top of page 1 is a high-level summary displaying actual expenditures for fiscal years 22 through 24, the amounts currently authorized, inclusive of the requests before the committee today, and the remaining unobligated balance, which is $0. So as a reminder, the state did obligate 100% of its coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds by December 31st, 2024. That was the deadline to do so, and that has been reported to the United States Department of the Treasury. Any remaining funding which has yet to be spent must be expended by December 31st, 2026. As a reminder, the table generally lists program descriptions and amounts in chronological order based on the budgetary approval date. There are no revisions or updates to existing rows following the January IFC meeting. There are 5 items before the committee today under agenda item D, and those are on page 25 of the table. 2 of those 5 items reconcile budget authority for previously approved projects and therefore do not have any increases or decreases in authority. The remaining 3 work programs would facilitate the deobligation of approximately $410,000 from 13 previously approved allocations and repurpose that authority to the governor's finance office for support of the positions for their ARPA team. And Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks. I apologize for my singing and that you had to listen to that, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
No apologies necessary. Thank you for the information. Committee members, any questions on this? Assemblymember Hadigi.
No questions, just a request for an encore.
So you know, you know, I'm feeling like I'm getting older than a lot of people in this room, but I did used to like, you know, Tupac and Biggie, and you know, you remember the song, you know, ain't nothing but a gangster party, ain't nothing like a ARPA party.
You know, Mr. Leiser, thank you for starting this committee off on a nice note. We appreciate that. So think about the person following you. So next we'll go to agenda item C2, status report on the administration, obligation, and expenditure of American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds. And Director Greenemeyer, I'm so sorry, from the governor's office is here to present. And if you don't have a song, you can always dance. And please go ahead when you're ready. Thank you for joining us today.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. Tiffany Greenemeyer, Director for the Governor's Finance Office. And I do have to admit, I have to leave the singing to Brody Leiser. And I can't dance either, sorry. Okay. So today, we're in compliance with the letter of intent from the 82nd session of the Nevada Legislature. The GFO has provided a summary of approved ARPA projects. Referring to the latest report at the top of the page is the high-level summary displaying the expenditures from fiscal year 2022, 2023, and 2024. The remaining unobligated balance is also reflected as zero, with all funds currently obligated. The table generally lists program descriptions and amounts in chronological order based on the budgetary approval date. According to this statement, if all the requests before the committee for consideration today are approved, the balance will remain at zero with 100% of all coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds marked as obligated. Items submitted for consideration by the committee today are on page 31. These 5 work programs facilitate a reconciliation or alignment of budget authority with funding awards and do not increase or decrease overall authority for the related projects. As testified at the February 28th budget hearing, the GFO recently sent out a memo and worksheet to every ARPA recipient asking all ARPA recipients to closely assess their project budgets and identify any areas where spending may be slowed or stalled or be in excess of actual funding needed. These responses are due back to the GFO by April 15th, 2025, and this will allow funding, if identified, to be allocated at the June IFC. Also, the state of Nevada provides a quarterly report of activities to the U.S. Department of the Treasury. In January of 2025, the state reported that all ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds had been 100% obligated by the deadline of December 31st, 2024. In response to the submitted January report, the GFO received one information document request on March 25th from the U.S. Department of Treasury concerning a compliance check. And upon the review of this request, a keying error was discovered in the U.S. Treasury portal, which caused a project to be entered as expenditure category 1.1 instead of expenditure category 1.11, changing the reported eligible use of funding. The U.S. Treasury accepted our explanation regarding the miskeying of the expenditure category and has closed the compliance inquiry. Finally, to date, we show $1,622,492,854, or 59.2% of the total coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds spent to date, with 100% of the remaining funds shown as obligated. And with that, that concludes my report, and then stand for any questions.
Thank you very much, Director, and I do believe that we have some questions for you. I know there were some questions on some specific awards and the expenditures, so I will go to Vice Chair Daniel Monroe-Moreno. That was a lot.
It's a long name. Good morning, and thank you. I have a question, and then in looking over Appendix B that I believe has been uploaded, both Appendix A and B, some concerns. My first question, you mentioned the miskeying for the one category. We've seen in the last few weeks of different items being pulled back. All of our funds that we received have been obligated. Do you have any concerns, reason for concerns, or any communications with DC that anything else that was connected to the ARPA dollars might be pulled back and impact some of the programs and projects that we have ongoing?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. No, we have not had anything from DC about the ARPA dollars being pulled back. Now, it could happen, for sure. We just don't know yet.
Thank you for that. A lot of unknowns. And in review, as I said at the beginning, as I look at Appendix B, there are a lot of items that concerns me. And I appreciate you sending a letter out so we get an update of where these projects are. But today, I'd really like to get more detail, if we can, in a conversation, Madam Chair, with the Nevada State Public Health Lab, the Housing Division about the Affordable Housing Initiative, the land acquisitions, the Nevada Health and Bioscience Corporations, which is the Southern Health Laboratory, and Washoe County for the West Hills Facility and Rehabilitation. There were a number of Girls and Boys Clubs projects that are listed on the appendix. I'd like to get more information from all of them, as well as the Carson Tahoe Health for the mental health unit, the Healing Kids project. And then finally, the creation of the mental health and addiction treatment campus with Vitality Unlimited. I know that they presented a memo today, but I'd like to also hear from them, Madam Chair, if that is acceptable.
Thank you very much. Yes, it would be. And I suspect that maybe what we might want to do is to call those specific entities up to the table. So you may step back and we'll use you as a phone a friend as needed. And so let's go ahead and I'll just go down the list that Vice Chair recommended. And I'll start with Home Means Nevada, Inc. Is there anyone in the room that can come to the table and answer some questions? I understand you're on the agenda, but I think there are a couple of questions.
Good morning, thank you. Excuse me. Good morning, Madam Chair. Christine Hess for the record, CFO of the Nevada Housing Division. For clarity, you mentioned Home Means Nevada, Inc., which is a slightly different initiative. So since we're talking ARP, I believe we're talking Home Means Nevada initiative and other funds that have come to the division. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Thank you so much for that. Specifically, the Affordable Housing Initiative, the land acquisition, and the allocation number was 22AFDHS01.
Thank you. So I am going to phone a friend with Lisa here, because we have quite a few ARPA awards. I just don't recognize that one right now. I'm sorry this morning for the project name. If you could give me a project name, I have the updates right here ready for you.
That is the project.
Christine Hess, for the record.
Yes, and that is the name that's listed on Appendix B that has been uploaded for today's meeting exhibits.
Preservation? Thank you, Madam Chair, Assemblymember Monroe Moreno, Vice Chair this morning. So the land acquisition funds have all been expended. I think that's also part of my confusion this morning. But all land acquisition projects have been fully obligated. So in that bucket of funding for the Home Means Nevada initiative, all of those have been complete. Thank you.
Then our form needs to be updated. And then with the Affordable Housing Initiative, the multifamily preservation, have all of those funds been fully expended, or we still have projects in the works that there will be invoices coming and the funds will be paid out once those invoices are received?
Yes, thank you, Christine Hess, for the record. Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair. So So for the Home Means Nevada initiative overall, we are well over 40% spent. Of course, all funds are obligated, so all agreements are also on track to spend by 2026. That includes in the preservation bucket. And I apologize, in the preservation rehabilitation tranche of funding. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for that, because according to our notes, and if you look on that Appendix B, there was only 9.58% of the dollars spent in that bucket. So encouraging that you're saying that 40% of it has been spent, so.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair and Vice Chair. And this afternoon, or later this morning when we present, I can give you a full breakdown of each project because, of course, that tranche of funding represents, if my memory serves me, 14 projects versus about 26 projects in the new construction. So they are all well underway. What's interesting in affordable housing is while you might see that there's low activity, when the draws requests come in, they come in the millions and spend down quickly. So for us, we are not concerned with our projects, and any that we had concerns with, we followed up with before the end of December 31, 24 date. Christine Hess for the record. And so thank you for that question. But if you would like, at the later agenda item, I can run through project by project of their status and spend, if that serves for the committee. Thank you.
That would be great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Canizaro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I want to make sure that what I think this committee and the intent of what we're trying to get at is clear. And I know it's a little bit different for the affordable housing pieces because there was a significant amount of money. ARPA dollars, we had a lot of these conversations when those dollars were allocated for what I think total is $500 million for all different kinds of projects, which is why we have you come to IFC regularly. Maybe not just you, but this division to give us updates on all of that. Obviously, you've received big tranches of money within that project. I think what some of the questions were is that we do have a few pieces within that. And so I'll be interested to hear maybe more details on the presentation that you have, because we have big tranches of money that just seem to not be getting spent at all, where we've received updates about a lot of these projects where there are significant portions of the money that has been spent down. And so I think, for example, one of the items was the multifamily preservation, because it was an award of $130 million for that particular piece. But we're showing that total unspent balance is still 117 and change. That's a significant portion of that, right? That's not spent. What I am hopeful and what I'm hopeful for all of I think we have some questions about a few of these awards where we're not seeing this money being spent down, that we've repeatedly asked these questions. Is it going to be possible to spend in this situation that $500 million? Is that feasible? It's obviously been quite a few years to be able to spend some of that down, but there's still big buckets that are outstanding. As is the case with, I think, a number of folks that we are going to ask questions of. And I think that we really do need to get details from anyone, for everybody, on how it is you are planning to spend those dollars, because we have a very limited amount of time. And I think that while maybe today, maybe we may need some additional information, the statement that like we just plan to spend these dollars in the next 18 months, is leaving us very nervous that we are going to send significant portions of money back to the federal government. We have guidance that that money could be reallocated to other ARPA projects that maybe could spend that money, and we do not want to be in that position. We also have obviously taken a lot of time to put money into projects that we believe are going to do good things for the people of Nevada, and we expect for delivery on those projects. That is why we continue to have this particular agenda item. And so I do think we're going to need some more detail. I'm hoping that's going to come in your presentation. because there are big buckets here where we've seen other buckets spent, but big buckets within this housing allocation that have not been spent. And I think that we just need some of that detail on like, how are you going to spend that $117 million? What's the plan? Because at this point, if there's not a plan, like those dollars are not getting spent.
Thank you so much, Majority Leader and members of the committee. Administrator Acroth and I have just been wondering at what point you'd like the details. We had a robust discussion yesterday evening in Assembly Commerce and Labor about tracking and measuring, and that is something we're very proud of. We've been sparing you the many pages of reporting, but this is really helpful for me. What I'd like to do, Madam Chair, if it serves the committee, I can bring all of the quarterly reports. Every project that has an award provides a quarterly update to the division, both from a fiscal and a project status milestone perspective. And we have spend forecasts for every project. We have been at this plan, honestly, we're planning for program income, right? We're planning for if and when any of the loans pay back. So we've not had that concern around projects being recaptured. However, we've not shared that level of detail with the committee. So I think your concerns are fair. And of course, that's the $500 million bucket as this tranche of funds. As this committee knows and is well aware, the Housing Division is administering $566 million of ARPA funds. And so I know that's not a later agenda item, so if I can bring any clarity to the projects outside of the $500 million, but if I may push the $500 million HM&I to the later agenda item, I will come prepared. Administrator Acroth and I will prepare a more in-depth report for you on that agenda item. We have it at our fingertips.
Yeah, I think that what some of the things that we are going to need from you, which is maybe a little different than some other folks to a certain extent, there's that big $500 million award. That's what we've sort of been monitoring here. We obviously know there's other ARPA dollars associated, right? We're concerned with that piece. But there are buckets within that I think we just need. Quarterly reports is fine. I think that you all, though, need to be able to articulate to us how those monies in these buckets where we're not seeing that spend down, how it is that money is going to get spent. So we appreciate, of course, the continual updates on all of these different things and significant notes on the projects that have been completed and the progress being made. But I think that we are looking for a little bit more detail just with respect to some of these other significant pieces where we just haven't seen that money move. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Majority Leader. Well said. And I think everyone on this committee is, I would assume, has got to be concerned that while this is a little different than some of the tranches of money that are in this state, we worry about it being pulled back. And so I would not hesitate to move forward quickly. All right, thank you very much, and we'll wait to hear more information later. Another one that I think we would like to hear a little bit more about, I'll jump in here and then someone else can chime in if they'd like, but I think we'd like to hear a little bit more about the NHBC, the Nevada Health and Bioscience Corporation, Southern Health Laboratory. Mr. Hardy, you're up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Warren Hardy, representing the Nevada Health and Bioscience Asset Corporation. I don't have a formal presentation. I just was told that you asked about the project. It's well underway. We have the planning done. The contracts are being prepared now. There's a meeting, I believe, this week to finalize the lease with UMC, which will be the operator of the lab. So we think we're on time and hopefully under budget.
Do you have an idea of how much money has been spent to date?
I do not, Chair. I will get you that information right away.
Senator Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just follow up? I mean, obviously, we're asking people that have like large chunks of outstanding money. And it looks like when we last got an update, this particular, we had allocated $35 million to this project. Obviously, we see it as a priority. We see that it is something that is needed in our community. And as of today, we have 2.61% of that spent. So it looks like only about 911, like just under $1 million of that has been spent. Obviously, that gives us some concern, it gives me some concern that we are not going to be able to allocate that. So again, I think it would be really helpful for us to figure out what exactly that timeline is to be able to expend that money in such a short period of time, given some of the things that we've read on the news around this project. And I'm wondering if you can give us a more detailed update today about what that timeline looks like. Because again, like the majority leader had indicated on the other one, we have a unique opportunity to reallocate this money if it is not going to be spent. And we've all been here. I think we can use some common sense to know that it is difficult to get construction projects expended during that like this limited time window by the end of 2026. So I was wondering if you could provide any more detail on like a specific timeline on that and maybe address some of the concerns that we've seen played out in the media about any delays or any problems with that project.
Thank you, Chair. Senator Nguyen, I will endeavor to get you specific and exact timelines by the close of business today. With regard to the media reports, yeah, there were stops and starts. This committee allocated money to this project as well as to a mental health building. There was a lot of news about the fact that the health building fell out when the donors decided not to fund that project because of various challenges and problems we had with UNLV. This project, however, has remained consistently in the sights of everybody. There are several contributors to this project, and those monies are being spent on design. City of Las Vegas, for example, provided money specifically for design. The last update I got was that the contracts are pretty much ready to be sent out. The thing that's holding us up now is the lease agreement with UMC, which I believe is going to be finalized this week. The other thing that's been a little bit of a drag is I committed verbally to Governor Sisolak that we would work on a project labor agreement on that job, and we've been in the process of developing that project labor agreement and are going to send it to the labor unions this week. But I will get you a detailed analysis and timeline of when the dollars from the state will be spent on this project and how.
Thank you. Chair, may I follow up? I mean, obviously, we want to see this project be successful, but I don't want to be sitting here, December 31st, 2026, and having to give back this money and have like half-completed projects. I think a more detailed timeline about what kind of the expectations are, because even under the timeline that you're telling me now, it still will be very difficult to be able to expend that money. So the sooner you can get that back to us, the sooner I think it would be advantageous for everyone. And this kind of is a follow-up. Are there any matching dollars or any other private donations or any other things that you are also waiting on that is somehow, is this being used to match any other monies that if we were to pull it right now, would that have like other implications?
Thank you, Chair. To my knowledge, there are no matching funds that are dependent on the state funds. I apologize. I was not aware. I just got a text that said you asked about this. I was not aware we needed to do a presentation. I could have had all that information available to you today, and I will provide it. But to my knowledge, the funding is in place. Obviously, the state funding is the centerpiece of that. I think the city of Las Vegas contributed, I want to say $9 million, and that was specific for design. We just realized it's not going to take that much to do the design. So we just received authority or authorization from the city to expend the rest of those dollars on the construction. I will say this, my last update, the contractors and the developers and the folks that are working on this are very aware of the timelines. And we realize it is going to be close, but the last conversation I had is that we'll be fine. And I will provide those specific details to you. Without the $35 million appropriation, I can't remember the exact amount, but without the appropriation from the state, the project stops. And I would also say, this is, NHBC is doing the project, and at the request of Governor Sisolak. This is not a project that our donors are really working on or involved in. They did it at the request of Governor Sisolak, so that's how we got involved. There are no donor dollars going into this. The donors are working on other projects, but we committed to Governor Sisolak that we would help with this. There have been complications and confusion, especially with the public mental health facility, which the donors were going to be involved with. With that falling out, that caused significant delays. But we are very mindful of the time limit on this, and the last I heard, we are going to be able to meet those limits. I will provide that specific detail hopefully by the end of the day.
Thank you.
And thank you. And I would just say, while I recognize you may not have been given a month's notice that we were going to have this IFC meeting and we were going to ask you for information, I would say to everyone, not just you, that until these funds are 100% expended, we're responsible. And we're in the middle of a session and we have an IFC on the calendar. So I guess be ready, because we don't know, we've got to ask these questions because we're literally about a year out, right? It's going to be June 2025 in a heartbeat, and then we're going to have till December of 2026. That's 18 months. That is a very quick timeline. So
Thank
please,
you, Chair. Warren
please
Hardy,
be ready.
understood. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, sort of following with that same, I think there were some questions about the Nevada State Public Health Lab with NSHE. And if you could give us an update, we see that only 0.08% of the money has been spent, so correct us if we're wrong.
Good morning, Chair Dondera-Loop and committee members. My name is Kevin Knuff with the University of Nevada, Reno. Just for the record, this is a state project being built on our campus. The report that shows 0.08% complete, the $61,000, that is incorrect. To date, all the funds have been committed, and construction has started, and to date we have spent $12.6 million on the project.
So am I correct, you were given 75 million,
That's correct.
and you're saying that you have spent 12.6 million of that 75 million?
Yes, it's at 16.8% to date.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, but that's still 16%.
Well, the project is under contract, and everything is moving along fine, and the schedule shows us being complete
And
well
we're
before the deadline.
And I appreciate that. We're just trying to be good stewards here. Assembly Member Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When you say that the funds are obligated, there's contracts, could you go into a little bit more detail? Because when you say the 12.6 million, That's still at the 16%. What is that obligation? What are those contracts? What are the timelines?
So we signed a CMAR contract, a construction contract. The design is complete, and we broke ground 2 months ago. Yeah. We broke ground about 2 months ago. The footings are all in, the foundation is going in, and we have a construction schedule to meet all the deadlines, and everything is proceeding as planned.
And with the construction that's going on, I'm loving to hear that the footings and everything, are you paying them at different steps in the project, and that's why there's still dollars sitting, waiting to be paid out, waiting for the work to be done, getting that invoice, and then you're paying the invoice once it's received?
Correct. All the funds are committed, and we are paying progress payments as they perform the work.
Thank you.
So I understand that the reimbursements aren't being requested, and I think that's probably some of the confusion, because we are looking at a spreadsheet that tells us the total reimbursements, but for example, if you've only requested 61,000, then our percentage is much lower, right, than what you're saying you've spent. So, we need to take just a quick recess because I believe we have lost some internet connection.
Is this on and off?
Okay, we might be able to reconvene. Thank you. Looks like we have some connection back. All right. And some nice music.
You are in.
Assembly member, did you have another comment? I think we lost you right midstream of your comment.
Your last comment about the reimbursements and how you're paying the invoices, could you just state that again, because we had lost internet connection to the Vegas room. I want to make sure everyone heard that.
So Kevin Knuff for the record. So what did you want me to, so we have made progress payments up to $12.6 million, which is 16.8% of the project.
And you had stated that these are reimbursements as the work goes along. You're paying the construction at different intervals of how the project's being completed, and you're under contract. And we had lost fee to Las Vegas. They were not able to hear that. I wanted you to go back over that.
All right. Kevin Knuff for the record. Yes, the The payments are being made on typically a monthly basis on the percentage of the project is complete. So we make payments as the work is progressing and everything is progressing fine. And that is where we are today with $12.6 million expended.
And then my last question, Madam Chair. How often do you put in your request to the GFO for the monies to be drawn down so that you can pay out these contracts? Is it within a week of receiving it from the actual vendor that you are contracted with, and then you're sending that to the GFO? Are you holding them for 2 or 3 months before you send it to the GFO? What is that time frame of getting that information so that the GFO's records match your records for where these projects are at?
Kevin, for the record, we do those monthly so that we keep up with that as we make the payments.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say there's a discrepancy in opinion on that, so maybe that's a conversation you will have to have with the GFO so that our records match. My concern, and I share the concern of the majority leader, we've seen funding pulled back from the federal government under this administration. I do not want us or you on the hook for work that's being done. And when the federal government looks at the documents that we have and says, well, this money isn't spent, we're going to take it back, but we're already obligated because the work has already been done, then you're left on the hook and the state's left on the hook. That's the concern.
So, Madam Chair, Rodrigo Ferreira, University of Nevada, Reno. So the percentage, like Kevin was stating, at 16.8, we just to start construction has been roughly 4 months of construction of 22 months. The additional funds have gone towards plan check, design, and so on and so forth. As we progress with construction, those dollars are going to be spent at a much more accelerated rate. We feel actually very comfortable at this point that we're going to be spending all the money by the end of 2026. The completion of the project from a construction standpoint is scheduled for roughly end of October 2026, so we still have some breathing room there. I would just like to say that's just the typical progression of construction, and we start with smaller dollars amounts for design and all that, and now that we're actually doing the construction, we're going to see the increase. We're still, like Kevin was saying, we just finished the foundation. We're going to start the slab on grade in the next couple of days, and then we're going to go vertical, and then there will be a lot of money moving towards the building. So as of right now, we're on budget and on schedule. Just like to let you know.
I thank you for that. I just can't emphasize enough my concern, right? We've had the money for a while, and I do understand the construction schedule. Mm-hmm. But the difference with this, as in any regular construction schedule, these were ARPA dollars that we have to spend in our state by a certain amount of time. I do not want to send any money back to the federal government. There's so many needs in the state of Nevada that if we can't spend it on this project, then we need to redirect that money elsewhere to another project that was already an approved project. But on top of that, we've seen other dollars, ARPA dollars that were in our state, get pulled back in the last 2 weeks, right? So that's a concern that the federal government might look at this and say, no, you guys aren't on track. But then in addition to that, yesterday, the president levied tariffs, which may mean that now this construction project is going to cost us more than we anticipated, and we might run out of money before the project is completed. So a number of concerns. So no questions, just a lot of comments and concerns, and wanted to make sure we're where we need to be and that we have things on the record so that if someone in DC is watching this hearing or goes back to look at it, knows that this project is on track. There's no reason for them to think that they need to come in and take this money from the state of Nevada. This project is going to happen. And make sure that your communications with the GFO is timely so that when the GFO has to do their reporting to us and to DC, that everything matches.
Rodrigo Ferreira for the record. That is a great point. We're feeling a lot of stress because of the threats of tariffs, and I apologize for saying this. I don't know if I'm out of line or not, but actually this project could use more money. So we have very
every
limited
project.
contingency. So as of right now, I don't feel like we're gonna be returning any money. If anything, we could use some additional funds. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. And just as a add-on to the comments, this document that we are looking at, the Appendix B, is online. So if somebody looks online and sees this and sees that the numbers don't match, and just because you're up here, I'm not picking on you right now, but for example, you said 12.6 million, and we're seeing the total reimbursements are only 61,000. So either they haven't, the numbers are not put in here right, or you haven't asked for the reimbursements. We're just trying to sort through it. And once again, it's because of the fear that we're going to lose this money and you're not going to have it. We're on your team. So we're Nevadans trying to take care of this money. So thank you very much. I believe Senator Wynn has one question before we move on to something else.
I don't know where to start. Again, I'll just reiterate, I think we need more detailed information. It also is very concerning because it sounds like this, what is it, 75 million? What you're indicating is you already know that this is not enough money. So I'm curious on what other kind of avenues, what the financial stability or, not stability, I guess the sustainability of this entire project is as a whole. Because it sounds like, are there other avenues that you've tried to receive money? I know that some of the ARPA funds around the CDC were terminated, last week, and what kind of impact they have. What other kind of categorical grants do you anticipate, or are you relying on to fund this project as well? I know this is just kind of a rapid fire, but it sounds like, unlike some of these other projects, there's a lot of other moving parts and a lot of other funding sources that are potentially in jeopardy or have been jeopardized around like staffing and equipment. So it sounds like no matter what, you are going to be back here asking for more money if we are wanting to complete this project. So I don't know what the question is in that, but can you address some of the other impacts of any other loss of funding or any other categorical or any other kind of matching funds that you have to complete this project?
Rodrigo Ferreira for the record. It comes down to the way this is a CMAR delivery method. Within the CMAR, we have a contingency for unknowns, for things that typically happen in construction. And our contingency is very small based on industry standards. But as of today, we have the money to complete everything. It's just the nature of construction.
I just get the impression, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like you are obligating the state to build something bigger than what you have now, and that we are going to end up in a situation where we are now obligated not only for the funds that are potentially not expended by the end of 2026, but also on the hook for any other expenditures as this project appears to be growing in size.
No.
Kevin Knuff for the record. The building, we have all the funds we need for the building. The areas that we could use additional funds for would be for lab equipment and for FF&E for furnishing the building. The building is 100% funded, and we have enough funding to complete the project. And this is the only funding source for this project is the ARPA funds. There are no other funding sources for this project.
Except for the things that are potentially in the building. So you could have potentially a building that is not functional because it doesn't have furnishings and laboratory equipment and staffing or any of those kind of things.
Stephanie Van Hooser, Administrative Director, Nevada State Public Health Lab. For the record, built into this project was some additional equipment for expansion of services. We have everything we need for the current services provided by the Nevada State Public Health Lab, and we have submitted some grants on our own to fulfill the shortages that have been presented to us through the FF&E for equipment.
So you're confirming that you won't need more state funds to actually operate the lab?
That is correct, and we have adequate staff as well.
Okay, so you won't be coming back here saying, we need more staff, we need more money for equipment, even though I think you recently lost about $6 million. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How did you make up that $6 million?
So,
or how do you anticipate, I know it was just last week, so how do you anticipate making up that $6 million?
One of those awards was never executed yet, so we never actually had that to work with. And then the other one, we have ARPA genomics funds, which are fulfilling the shortage.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for being here and giving us this information. Like I said, we just felt like there were a few projects that we'd like a little more information on. There's obviously, like I said, this is online and there are multitudes of projects, but we appreciate your time today. Thank you very much. I think another project that we would like a little more information on might be the Boys and Girls Club and where that project is.
Madam Chair, John Sandy, here today on behalf of the Alliance and the Boys and Girls Club. I believe we have representatives on the phone that will be able to field any questions you have about the various projects they have.
Thank you, and please go ahead on the phone line.
Yes, good morning. Daniel Solo, Boys and Girls Clubs of Southern Nevada. I'm here to talk about the Southern Nevada allocation. This is a joint project with the Shaquille O'Neal Foundation. We're building a campus in East Las Vegas that includes a Boys and Girls Club, Communities and Schools Center, and our Early Childhood Learning Center. This project is fully on track. There are some complexities with the financing where we're building a package that includes new market tax credit funding, the ARPA funding that's before the committee, and some private funding, but everything is on track to be closing within the next week for the funding. We do already have our notice to proceed for the construction, and our timeline has the entire building being completed in September of 2026. Everything has been on track. We're actually ahead of track. The only reason we have not expended any of the money yet, part of how we're expending the money is through a sublease with the Shaquille O'Neal Foundation for the Early Childhood Learning Center. And we're simply awaiting the close of the financing so that we can come up with the payment and drawdown schedule. We expect that a significant amount of the funding will be drawn down shortly after closing to start paying for the construction costs, with the remainder being phased through the next 14 to 16 months.
Thank you very much. So it sounds like you might be a little further along than this sheet indicates.
Daniel Solo, Boys and Girls Club. Is that it?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that? I don't.
Yes, Daniel Solo. Yes, ma'am. We are a little bit further than what the sheet indicates, but we have not expended any of the money yet. We've just been getting everything set up, but we are pretty much at the point where we're ready to start drawing that down significantly. We expect probably about 50% of the drawdown to be done within the next 30 days and then phased out for the remainder.
Okay, thank you very much. And once again, the concern is just that we don't want to lose this money. So thank you very much, and we appreciate that, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Sandy, did you have something else you wanted to add?
I believe there was another item. I think there's someone on the phone for that one as well.
Is that the Northern Nevada? Go ahead when you're ready. They might not be on. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Sandy. All right. Assembly Member Monroe Moreno, did you have one more that you wanted to look at?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And if the Early Learning Center in Dayton could submit something to us in writing as to where you're at, because on our sheets it says that they're at the 1.71% of the monies that were appropriated to them for their project. We really need to get some information for them. They may not have been on the phone line. Are they on? Okay, if they're on, if you're on from Lyon County to discuss the Early Learning Center in Dayton, please go ahead and unmute your mic.
Caller, if you are here to speak on behalf of Dayton County, please press *9 to take your place in the queue.
Hi, Madam Chair. This is Noelle Hart with the Nevada Alliance of Boys and Girls Club. Want to make sure I can be heard.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you for your patience. We were just working on the mute instructions. So on the Dayton Early Learning Center project, I'd be happy to follow up with you after the fact. They were not listed on our list from the budget department as far as being available for comment today, but I do know that project is well underway, so I can give you some detail by close of business on the status of that project.
All right, thank you very much.
And Madam Chair, we also do have North Lake Tahoe on the line, and they just need the unmute instructions of *9 and then *6 to be in queue. And they're happy to answer questions about the Incline Village project as well.
I appreciate that. We will gather that information from you via email, and we will move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the interest of saving time, if we could get the West Hills Facility Rehabilitation, I believe that's out of Washoe County, to come to the table, as well as the Carson Tahoe Health for the mental health unit, healing our kids, along with Vitality. I know that you submitted a memorandum, but if you could just join them at the table and we could just get a quick update on all of those projects to save some time. Good morning.
Go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chairs and members of the committee. My name is Julia Ratty. I am the Behavioral Health Administrator for Washoe County. That's JuliaRatti. We are pleased to provide you an update on the what we now call the formerly known as West Hills project, the Washoe County Behavioral Health Center. I'm just going to move quickly, trying to anticipate some of the questions you've already asked the other projects. So just as a reminder, we purchased this building in February of 2024. In April of 2024, you awarded us the $14.5 million. In July of 2024, we went under contract with H&K Architects to start the design. In November, they provided us with a detailed facility analysis. As you can imagine, it's a 40-year-old hospital building. We learned some things from that detailed facility analysis. During that same time, we did extensive public outreach. We wanted to make sure with this sort of once-in-a-generation opportunity to improve behavioral health services in our community that we were getting the right program mix in that building. So we did that simultaneously with that analysis. And then that, again, because we learned a couple things during that phase, because the building and the operations of the building went dark for a period of time, that reset our requirements in terms of meeting the building codes for the city of Reno, meaning that we had to bring everything up to modern standards and meeting the licensing codes and accreditation codes for the state and the national accrediting body. That did mean that we needed to do some scenario planning to determine what exactly we could pull off with the funds that are available. That has been complete. All of that work was presented to our Board of County Commissioners at our January retreat. Based on their decision, and I just want to acknowledge the leadership of County Manager Brown, who is sitting next to me, and the Board of County Commissioners, that they have recommitted to this project and are committed to moving forward, even though some of those challenges have come forward. And so based on that, at the April 8th, so that's the Tuesday Board of County Commission meeting, we'll be bringing forward a $2 million CMAR construction manager at risk contract to do the abatement and demo. And then at the May Board of County Commission meeting, we have a $14.8 million, again, county construction manager at risk with a guaranteed maximum price to complete the first phase of this project by May of 2026. So that is all in the contract and underway. Just to demonstrate our commitment to this, as we have realized that there is some funding gap, the county has also reallocated some of the unexpended ARPA dollars that we had available to us. So we've added additional $3.2 million to address that gap. That's in addition to the $4.5 million that we spent to purchase the building. We've sold the tuberculosis clinic for an additional $750,000 and are allocating that to this. And the Board of County Commission has made an advanced decision that any unallocated ARPA dollars for the rest of our local ARPA funding will be allocated to this project as well. So we're doing everything within our power on our own to fill the gaps that have been presented. That's a total of $17.7 million now that's going into the project. We're 100%. The bottom line of our presentation is that we are 100% clear, certain that we will spend your $14.5 million, and we are on track to spend it by May of 2026. And I can give you more details. We can follow up with, I know it doesn't look good on paper. I can tell you that there have been some back and forth between our office and the governor's office that I will take full responsibility for, where the RFRs don't seem to have lined up. And we will definitely make sure that that is accurate. But even if they were there, we haven't spent a ton of money just yet because we have been, as many others have spoke to, we've been in the design phase, which is just less expensive. And now we are moving into the construction phase. But we'll be under contract April 8th and then a meeting in May. So that's all the good news. I do have to be transparent with you and share that there is some not so great news. So again, because of the condition of the building, what was learned during the detailed facility analysis, and what was learned, and here I want to commend your team, Cody Finney and the team at DPBH, and Stacy Weeks at the team at Medicaid, who have been in regular conversations with us to make sure that we could A, meet the licensing standards, and B, that there would be a sustainable business model once we open the facility. They have been incredibly helpful. So with that, what we are doing now is this will be a phase one. And so I just want to be very transparent that we will not be opening the doors in July of 2026. We will need to reallocate additional local dollars to get through phase two before we'll be able to open the doors of the facility. So that's where we are. And we are here again, County Manager Brown is with me. You all know Cadence well. If there's any additional information we can provide, we would be happy to do so.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions on this item? Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the detailed information. And thank you for being totally honest about the doors opening. And as a fiscal chair, I hope you don't come to the state for that phase two. We're able to find the funding for phase two elsewhere. Do you have an estimated date for phase two and the opening?
Our current projections show that we will be opening in 2027. Sorry, Julia Ratty, for the record.
Thank you, Madam
2027.
All right, thank you very much. All right, I think that's it for now. Thank you very much for all of you for being here. We appreciate that. All right, any additional questions from the committee?
There's still Vitality and Carson Tahoe.
I'm sorry, Vitality, don't leave. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michelle Joy, CEO of Carson Tahoe Health, for the record. So when we look at our project, Appendix B has our spend at about $114,000. We submit our RFRs on the 10th of every month. So our March RFR was $270K. The one coming up in April will be $747K. So our total expenditures through March is $1.13 million. So about 32% of our total project. We expect to expend the full amount by the end of the year. I can give you details on where we are with everything. Our youth outpatient treatment center construction is 100% complete. Our youth crisis stabilization center construction is approximately 50% complete. That will be done by May 30th. Our adolescent behavioral health inpatient beds, we're waiting for permit approvals, but once we receive those, we expect construction to be done by the end of June. And then we purchased 4 vehicles that have been purchased. They're at the vendors for retrofit, and we will have those in Carson City by the end of June. So we're on track with the project and to expend all the dollars.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the update. I appreciate that and what you're doing. Thank you. Vitality?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair.
Sorry, I couldn't see
Sorry,
you behind. You were hidden behind a head.
Yeah,
Thank
Member
you.
Torres Fawcett is so tall. Well done. Hello, ma'am. Good morning, and members of the committee. Sarah Adler, the local project manager for Vitality Unlimited. So glad to report on our project. The first, I did submit, I just had 20 copies. There's a brief project overview for many of you, and I gave that to the GFO as well. First, I want to say that our intention had been to create indeed a campus that would be the CCBHC building Vitality currently operates in, as well as an adjacent building. Similar to what you just heard from Washoe County, that adjacent building, 1962, asbestos, no ADA compliance, no life safety measures. So we have had to go to Plan B, which is going to be very successful. We are now owners of a property out in the Carson Tahoe Regional Medical Park. It's going to be an excellent healthcare environment at which to build a new building. So in terms of our expenditure, we're actually partners with Carson City in this project. They have allocated $500,000 of their ARPA dollars that we have expended in purchase of the property. So in terms of a $3.5 million project, we are at 25% expenditure. In terms of your ARPA dollars, which we enormously appreciate, in addition to the 3% you see there, we have another 12.7% under contract with our architect to complete design and also fund subcontractor work. We have signed a letter of intent with the entity that will be, you've heard CMAR, we use construction manager as constructors, the new term for CMAR. So we have a letter of intent with them. The remainder of our ARPA funds will be going to fees and into that CMAR contract or that CMAC contract. We know that there is a gap between the $3 million that you have offered in order to retain and expand these substance use disorder treatment beds, but Vitality is willing to step into that and fund that with their reserves or by incurring debt. I will be 100% transparent and say that before we actually sign the CMAR contract, we are going to do a cost analysis relative to the cost of lumber and perhaps changes in Medicaid, other factors that are happening to the east of us that may impact this. And so before we actually sign that CMAR contract, we're going to be 100% assured that Vitality has the resources to complete the project. We fully anticipate that that will be the case. So if you have any additional questions.
Thank you very much for that overview, and thank you for the one pager. Are there any questions? All right, thank you very much, and we appreciate your time today. All right, with that, I believe we are going to move on to agenda item D. Committee members, I'll be turning the microphone over to the fiscal staff to identify items from list D, E, and F, and J that will be pulled for further discussion. After Mr. Thorley goes through the list, you will have the opportunity to identify any additional items that you may want pulled from that list.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wayne Thorley, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. I'll begin with List D. There are no items identified on List D to be pulled for discussion. Moving on to List E. The first item on List E will be E17 on page 4, Cannabis Compliance Board Marijuana Regulation and Control Account. I will note on the bottom of page 4, agenda item E21, State Department of Agriculture Nutrition Education Programs. We received a revision for this yesterday that I will mention. The revision would eliminate the $4,074,248 in federal local food for schools grant funds due to the loss of those federal funds. So that would not be part of the work program revision. Moving on to page 5 of List E, item E23. This is another revision that we received yesterday. This would reduce the dollar amount, the existing dollar on the agenda. The dollar amount is $4,023,601 in federal local food purchase assistance grant funds. The agency has revised that to $100,800. Again, due to a loss of the grant funds. On page 7 of List E, item E35, Department of Health and Human Services, Aging and Disability Services Division. This was withdrawn yesterday, so will not be considered. And then we'll jump all the way to page 13. Agenda items E64, 66, 67, and 68, all for the Department of Corrections, will be pulled for discussion and will be heard together. Moving on to page 15. Agenda item E77, Department of Public Safety, Records, Communication, and Compliance, Central Repository for Nevada Records of Criminal History. That received a late revision as well on March 26th. That's not reflected in the agenda. That revision came over after the agenda was posted. The revision would adjust the transfer amount stated on the agenda. It's $1,657,014. The revision would change that to $1,775,426. Then going to page 17. Agenda items E89, 90, and 91 for the Department of Transportation will be pulled for discussion and will be heard jointly. And then on to the last page of List E. This is page 18. Item E97 for the Public Employees Benefit Program will be pulled for discussion. And that is all the items on List E.
Did you say E66? Yes.
Moving on to List F. On page 3, the last page of List F. Item F13, Department of Corrections, one-shot appropriations. That has been identified to be pulled for discussion. And that's it on List F. And then lastly, List J, which is the informational items list. There's no items on List J that have been identified to be pulled for discussion. However, I will note that agenda item J7 from the State Department of Agriculture livestock inspection, the backup material has been updated. So the backup material in your meeting packets is old. The new backup material has been posted on the committee website and also provided to all of you all as a separate handout at the dais, so that information is available. And Madam Chair, that is it for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thorley and committee members. Are there any additional items you would like to pull?
Do you want me to go over the ones again?
I believe that got pulled. Is that correct, Senator? Yes. Okay. All right. Seeing none, then we will. I will accept a motion to approve items on lists D, E, and F not pulled for discussion, inclusive of the withdrawals and revisions noted by fiscal staff.
Second.
Moved by Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno, seconded by Senator Wynn. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. A motion passes. Thank you very much. And we will excuse those of you here who have sat through with us this morning for an item that did not get pulled. Thank you all for being here. Okay, thank you very much. And we will begin with the first item pulled for discussion, which is E17. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Good morning. Lisa Figueroa for the record. The spelling is Lisafigueroa. I'm here on behalf of the Cannabis Compliance Board. I'm the Chief Financial Officer, and I understand you might have questions about the work program.
Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question. I need some clarification on the process. This work program moved money from what would have been into the education fund to the general fund. So I have a couple questions along that avenue. Number one, was the money sent to the education fund already and now you're taking it back? Is that what this process is?
Good morning again. Lisa Figueroa for the record, through the chair to Senator Tynes. I can see how this is very confusing because to date, the funds that were received for civil penalties always would default to the education fund at the end of the fiscal year. Through the transition of the Cannabis Compliance Board and the revision of the regulations and the statutes, it was unclear, there's a housekeeping issue there. It was unclear that the funds were to be earmarked specifically for the education fund versus the general fund. And since it's left kind of in a gray area, it was determined that we needed to go ahead and change that back to default to the general fund because it's not clearly specified in the statute. So the funds at this point have gone directly to the general fund.
So follow up on the, Madam Chair. So can you clarify then how much funds, what's the amount of the funds that have been sent to the education savings account already, and now total from those fines, fees, penalties. And now you just recognized it was 1,000, about 50, it's, let's see, 1,500,000 now will be drawn back from that fund. What's the total amount that's already been sent? Or is that the total amount of fines, fees, and penalties that you so far have put out? Because I think there's a lot more money than that.
Great question. Lisa Figueroa again for the record. I wanted to clarify on that. Initially, the $1.5 million was based on a projection, what we thought we could receive in civil penalties. The reality is, through the 2023 legislative session, there have been limitations that were put on the amount of civil penalties which were fined to various individuals. We're finding now that the revenue coming in is far less than the $1.5 million back when the budget was built. So to date, we've received just shy of $140,000. And that is all that has been transferred to the general fund and has literally been transitioned from the Children's Education Fund. We don't know, it's not a very reliable resource of money because it is based on fines and penalties. So we don't anticipate that we will get many more through the next 3 months of this fiscal year.
So what So what I'm hearing is that this $1.5 million is a projection. It's not actually something that you've already received. So you're taking it out of the education fund now, but you don't have the money. You didn't really pay that money to the education fund already. Can you explain that again?
Lisa Figueroa again for the record. Sorry if I've confused you, but yes, initially the $1.5 million is authority, and we were figuring that we would collect up to that dollar amount. But to date, we have only collected $140,000, and that money has been deposited directly to the general fund, and that is because the statute does not specifically state that the funds will go to the state education fund. It says it goes to the general fund, and so that's by statute. We were forced to pull that authority out. We are no longer going to receive funds for that. Any funds that are received by way of civil and penalty funds will go direct to the general fund. It won't even come to us. It goes directly into the general fund.
Thank you for that, because that's where I needed for moving forward a process. From now on, it's not even going to go through your board. It's going to go directly to the general funds, any fines, fees, or penalties, correct?
Lisa Figueroa again for the record. That is correct. We will receive the funds through the Cannabis Compliance Board, but it will be coded directly to the general fund, so it does not hit our budget account.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the questions.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions on E17? Okay, seeing none, then we will move on to the next. Oh, sorry. I'm out of practice. I'll look for a motion. Senator Titus with the motion. A second? Second from Assembly Member Monroe Moreno. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. All right, now we will move on to E64 and 66, 67, and 68.
Good morning, Chair, committee members. Kitty DeSocio, DESOCIO, Deputy Director of Support Services for the Department of Corrections. We're here to answer questions that you might have on the items that were pulled, 64, 66, 67, and 68. These are our traditional yearly transfers within budget accounts to align expenses and authority. We're here to address any questions you might have.
So I don't know if anyone else on the committee has a question. I know that I have one that I'd like to ask you about. I understand there was just short of $60 million worth of overtime, and I would like to know some specifics or some conversation about that and how that happened and what we are doing moving forward. And if anyone else has questions, please let me know.
Yes, Director Zerinda will take that. He's ready.
Thank you very much. And Director, I'm trying to get you in my eyesight.
No, that's okay, I got it. Good morning, this is James Zerenda, D-Z-U-R-E-N-D-A, Director for the Nevada Department of Corrections. Thank you, Chair Dendera-Loop and Vice Chair Monroe Morano for having us come up here. The overtime, to me, it's complicated, and I'm going to try to express concerns that it feels like deja vu. This has been going on for many years. When I look at some certain projections on day one of our budgets, we're usually about $60 million short on day one over a biennium. And what I could do, I can explain how that is, and it's over personnel services. And like I said, this isn't new. This went back even to a study that Director Cox did in 2011 and 2013 by ASCA, which is ASCA. It was a staffing study to say the agency is significantly short on their post charts. Coming today, we still are significantly post chart short. I brought this up in the 2019 session. Director Daniels brought it up in March of 22. It must have been in an interim. And there's a few things on this that come to attention when I look at the overtime management. First, when we talk about central transportation posts, we only have specific posts that do routine transfers across the state for going for either court or transfers from one facility to another. It doesn't put in any budgeting approval for out-of-state transfers that we pick up or we bring back. Currently, we have about 86 out-of-state transfers. Those are offenders from Nevada that are in other states. We have about the same number from other states that are in our state. We share expenses when we move back and forth. However, those are all unbudgeted overtime every time we move people to out of state or back in state. When you talk about the training academy only has 7 positions that are authorized under our budget to run the academy. However, when you look at training hours, we have to, in order to do an actual training, whether it's in-service training or pre-service training, we don't have 7 officers or 7 positions is not going to cover the amount of training we do. And I could do a breakdown what the academy needs even to do a use of force training. How many, it's required by post and by American Corrections Association standards, how many trainers you need per correction officers when you're doing the training. And just in 2024, we had to, I would say, borrow or take 243 officers offline just in 24 just to come and assist and do academy training, which came to about $1,083,000 in 24, just to pull those staff. When you pull a staff out of a facility to do things like this, we have to pay overtime in the positions where they came from. That's all unbudgeted. In 25, just to the start, ending in March of 31st of this year, we already had to pull 77 staff out of facilities to do training. For the new recruits that came online. That's already at $176,500 for just this year alone. When I first got to the agency back in January of 23, I was hit with a severe number of vacancies in the state. And at a position where, when you look at it, I am shocked the agency hasn't had more devastation. It was at a severe rate where it was dangerous for staff to work in those conditions. There was one incident I could just pick on the top of my head in August of 24, where we had 3 separate homicides in a short period at Ely State Prison. That day, every single officer worked more than 16 hours straight, except for 8. That's how short we were. When I first came to the agency, we were at a 36% vacancy rate statewide. However, at Lovelock, there was 48%, Ely, there was 52%. When you look at that, and I tell agencies, departments of corrections from other states, they're shocked that we even were able to do that without even getting any more lives taken, because it is extremely dangerous. So my very first mission with the agency was trying to fill those positions to get us to a rate where I felt that it was safer. And the way you do that, when I looked at we hired a company called All-Star Recruiting. And what we found out when we were doing the analysis of recruiting and hiring, we found out that the people that put in for the positions in corrections, they shotgun out positions for everywhere, every law enforcement agency, whether it's the public safety, whether it's the local sheriff's department, county jails, police, local police. They put them out everywhere. And what we found they did is they'll take the very first position they come from as long as it's comparable pay. So what they do with corrections, when I first came on and did a human resourcing analysis, found out that it took about 4 to 6 months to onboard. Well, trust me, those other agencies were taking our staff whenever they can get them because they were hiring so fast. The only way that we came to find that we can actually get these staff on board and get them hired before anybody else was take them what we call a FAM, an FAM, and we call it a familiarity posting. And when we hire them the second they pass a test and a background, which could literally be in a couple weeks. And we hire them contingent upon passing everything else, contingent that you're going to pass the academy, contingent that you're going to pass your physical fitness, your physical testing, and your psychological. And the reason why we do that so quick is just so the other agencies don't pick them up. So we hire you contingent that you're going to pass everything, and we put you in what's a training program inside the facilities. Since you did not go through the academy yet, you can't work on your own. So you would be teamed up with other staff members. They would show you what happens. They would teach you about the logistics of the facility, how the operations works, what you do with the offenders, how a housing unit actually operates, the safety and security pieces around. And this is all before you go to the academy. So how do you pay for it? We're not budgeted for that. We're not even budgeted for a correction officer at the academy. So what we do is we're budgeted for what's called a PCN number, a personnel number, to hire into a position at a facility. Correction officers cannot work in those PCN positions until after graduation. So what happens before graduation? We pull those, in order to pay that individual, we pull those PCN numbers out of a post. So say that open vacant PCN was working in a housing unit 1, we hire someone as a FAM, we'll pull that position out of unit 1 so we can pay that FAM. However, someone has to work unit 1. That's all overtime. So when we started pulling all these FAMs out, we started reducing the overtime increased, however, our vacancies decreased. We went to a position with the state right now. Currently today, we are at 16% vacancies with correction officers, uniformed employees. The other thing we have is we have a current academy class going on right now. We have 80 in our academy after they graduate, and this is if we lose no employees to termination, retirement, or resigning. We will be at 11% as soon as the classes that are in there now graduate, 11% vacancies. We have 48 FAMs that are currently online being paid right now. After they graduate, statewide, we'll be at 9% vacancy for correction officers. When you look at that, it comes with a price. And the price is twofold. It comes to a price to pay that it's going to cost money, but it also comes to a price that it increases safety and security in our institutions, because now we don't have to worry about having staff working more than 16 hours. We don't have to worry about the safety and security issues that come along with shortages of staff. When you talk about shortages of staff, what we do now, which I have Warden Bean, can, if we have questions, can specific answers about the actual facilities and what they do. And what we talk about staff shortages now, it's not that our vacancies are short, it's we're staff short. And when you talk about staff short and you look at these post charts that we use to get PCNs approved to put people in, I could just pick up 2 posts that I see right off the bat on these post charts. And there's Housing Unit 8 up at Lovelock, Housing Unit 12 at Ely State Prison. The post charts has nobody assigned to them, has nobody working in them. Well, obviously, I can't have offenders living in a housing unit with no staff. What that means to me is it's unbudgeted. We don't get paid a PCN to put in those units. What do? We put overtime. We have no choice but to put 24/7 officer assigned into those housing units. This is consistent across the board with our post charts. When you look at even hospital trips, hospital guarding, medical appointments, we averaged out the last 6 months and came with 66.7 officers every single day needed to do those 3 areas: the hospital trips, hospital guarding, and medical appointments. We are only authorized 20 officers for 66.7 that go out every single day. Where does that 46.7 come from? It's unbudgeted overtime. So now the overtime rates go up. When you talk about CBA and the unions, when the unions took over the first negotiations, when they came out with their contracts, not one administration employee from the Department of Corrections was involved in the negotiations contract. I was literally pulled in the last couple weeks of the approved contract to go over the contract with the negotiators to say what was in it. When you look at what was in it, and believe me, today our administrators and actually Warden Bean is actually on the negotiations panel, but it's already, the contracts are already in place. It's just redoing the contracts. When you look at the CBA agreements, and it allows for 2 additional days off a year. That's kind of like a mandatory, use them or lose them personal leave. Well, when you're talking about 1,870 officers getting 2 additional days off that are unbudgeted, you pull those people out and they don't work, and where is it? It goes overtime in their positions. More, again, unfunded budgeting overtime. When I looked at what that meant, those 2 additional officers is the 2 additional days off for every officer is $1,981,000 that is unbudgeted to corrections that we pay in overtime to cover when they have those days off. The other thing they added in the CBA was they added 2,000 hours that the union gets to have as union employees for days off. Well, when they take a day off, we pull them out of a housing unit or out of a post and we put someone in there as overtime. Again, unfunded budgeting overtime that we have to pay for. When the other thing I looked at, when you start talking about the shift relief factor, a shift relief factor puts in if we had an accurate, up-to-date shift relief factor, a shift relief factor determines how many positions you would actually need based upon how many posts you have, whether they're 5-day, 7-day, or 8-hour, 10 hours, or 12 hours. And it would give us the appropriate number. However, when you have an inappropriate shift relief factor, it doesn't count in the correction officer's overtime, the correction officer's union leave. When it doesn't count in the 2 additional days off. When it doesn't appropriately count the actual amount of posts that are necessary to run the operation. Like I said, just those 2 buildings, 8 and 12 at Lovelock and Ely. Those come to me that I have to fill positions where I don't have approved positions. We fill them with unfunded overtime posts. So when you look at it is when you hear complaints from whether it's, I'm sure you might even hear it today from public comment from Return Strong. When you hear these comments about canceling visits, when you hear about these locking down of facilities because there's shortage of staff, it's not the vacancies. The vacancies, like I said, our vacancy rates, if we were appropriately staffed, we wouldn't have the issues that we would need to lock down and shut things down. We shut things down because we don't have enough staff to run the operations that we were approved. So what we do, and this is what the warden can explain, we start shutting areas of the facilities down that we shouldn't. We shut them down or we cut posts. We shut down posts and move those positions into overtime posts so it doesn't cost overtime.
However, it affects the operations. We created what was called and this is a fictitious name, but you'll hear it all over the place, a minimum staffing plan. Minimum staffing plan is something that is actually made up. We made it up because what I ended up doing, I had to be able to tell the facilities where they can go with reducing and eliminating posts before it becomes too much of a safety and security concern. So what we do is I tell the facilities where we can actually go below the approved legislative post charts and approved positions to run the operations of the facility. If you go below that minimum, we got to start locking down. We got to start closing visits because we don't have enough staff to safely operate the facilities. So that's when you start hearing about vacancies. Vacancies has nothing to do with our shortages of staff that we talk about. It's a different language and it's a different reason why we are creating these shutdowns and closing visits. It's because of the post charts. We had discussions with this last year. I met with the GFO office discussing all this. We agreed that there's a problem with the overtime, the problem with the posting of these charts. And the only way to really rectify this is to hire a company, which I believe this is under F13, you'll see it as a one-shot. Hire a company to come out that has nothing to do with us. We did it by RFP. And the company would come out and do a staffing analysis. They would go based upon not what we believe, but what the standards of the American Corrections Association says you need to run a unit or an operation. If you have this level security of offender, you need 2 officers, you need 3 officers. If you have a housing unit of 110, you need 2 officers. If you have a housing unit of 150, you need 3 officers. They will rate their analysis based upon ACA standards and come back and say where our post charts are wrong, what they are going to be recommending. And to me, I mean, I met with them recently. I think it's going to be devastating when they do present this. I believe you're going to see not that $60 million short that I said. It's going to be more of over $100 million. The way I could look at it is we can get the real analysis of where we should be, and I could space it out over maybe 6 years or 3 bienniums. However, I can do this to make sure that we appropriately staff, so we're not going to be faced here again with $50 million in shortfall because of overtime costs. But all that just builds up, and all that is areas where it looks like the corrections department may be using funds wrong or creating overtime or with a lot of things that I've been hearing. But if I look at it, and it's something just quickly, $60 million short on a biennium where we're asking for about $50 million shortfall means that I saved $10 million. I don't know if that's true, but that's the way I look at it. But anyway, we are trying to rectify something that has been going on for decades. It's not something new. That shift relief factor has not been updated. We have not had an analysis of the post charts done in decades. The one that was done by ASCA in 2011 and 13, it was dismissed because they claim it was never approved to be able to do in the first place. I have those post charts. And I have that analysis that was done back then. It was never submitted for approval because it said it was never given approval at day one, so they would not accept it as an approved analysis.
And Director Zarenda, we have some questions up here, so
that's all I had anyway. I was just ending.
Okay, I was going to say, I don't know if you want to stop and do the questions, and then if you have additional information, and I will go to Majority Leader Canizaro first, because I believe she has some questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I want to take a few steps back. Because I think we were hoping to kind of get in there and we have a long list of things that I think you're probably going to get some questions on. So first and foremost, what we are talking about is in FY25, in the current fiscal year. There's a projected shortfall within Department of Corrections, approximately $53 million that we have to go and find because of overtime. Is that correct?
The majority of it, is that correct?
Okay. So this is money that we are going to have to figure out, as this committee, here as we sit in joint committee during the legislative session and hear budgets to find that 53 million for this particular fiscal year. That money is due to overtime, and I think I heard some of the things that was said today. Obviously, even in our pre-session budget hearings, you came in and mentioned about some of the incidents that have happened at some of the facilities, and that when a critical incident happens where someone is injured or where we've had individuals who have been killed within the prisons, that results in officers having to work exceedingly long hours. I think today you mentioned 16-hour days for a lot of those officers that were working. And I see you nodding your head yes, so I'm going to take that as a yes.
It's actually more than that. It was exceeded 16 hours.
Yeah. I'm sure you would agree with me that 16 hours plus per day is extremely hard for the officers that you have employed in the Department of Corrections. And again, I see you nodding your head yes. And so I think I mention that because where we have these overtime hours, we're talking about officers that are not working 9 hours or 10 hours. They're working many, many, many more hours with either small breaks or no break at all in picking up those overtime hours. Is that sort of your understanding of some of the issues that relate to this overtime issue?
So James Arenda for the record. So what you're going into two different areas, and when you're talking about these 16-hour shifts, I have an administrative regulation 326 that dictates that staff can't work more than 2 16 hours in a row. However, I was overridden by the CBA agreement because now in the contract it gives unlimited numbers of overtime, 16 hours. They could do 16 hours every single day for 365 days in a year, and I have no control over it.
So is it your contention then that as you read that CBA, that it requires you to give overtime for as many hours as you may need someone to work?
James Arenda for the record. If there's overtime that's available, I cannot tell them no. So if I have someone volunteering that's been working 16 hours for the last 30 days, if there's overtime that's open for a hospital trip, if that individual volunteers to work, I can't tell them no.
It is your contention that you must give overtime hours for any individual when you need shifts covered for that individual who volunteers, that you must allow them to work and you must make sure that they are being paid overtime, but they must be permitted to work for any number of hours ad nauseum.
James Arenda for the record. 16 hours straight. They have to have 8 hours off before the next 16. So in a 24-hour period, it's 16 hours. So every 24 hours period, they could work 16, 16, 16, 16 all year long.
So if we received information that it is, in fact, that the CBA says that overtime, that you have officers who can volunteer for overtime, not that if they volunteer for overtime, you have to give them those overtime shifts, and you have to, in fact, pick overtime over anything else.
So
that would be incorrect.
No, that's James Arenda for the record. That's not. It's kind of twisting the story. If we have an overtime shows up, you have someone that has to go to the outside hospital. I need 2 officers for overtime. I have no one everyone's already scheduled to work in a post. Those 2 officers, now it goes out to the shift that we need 2 officers to, or if it's 2 officers or 4, we need that many at the end, that start of the next shift for overtime. We first ask for volunteers. Anyone in the CBA that volunteers, we have to take them first before ordering an officer to stay over to work, even if that other officer was only there for 6 hours.
Right. I think that so what I'm trying to get at here is, because we heard a lot about the CBAs. Without going too far down a road, the reason why we're allowing for employees' right to bargain is so that they can have the ability to talk about good working conditions and being treated fairly when they do have to do things like overtime. So yes, I would imagine that there probably is a CBA that says that if they are going to volunteer for overtime, before you require another officer to take that overtime spot. If all you have are officers, and no matter who you plug into that position, they're going to be in overtime, that yes, you would have to take somebody who's going to volunteer to work overtime before mandating someone to work overtime. That would be a very typical workplace condition type negotiation. And that's how I would understand a CBA, but how I think it has been portrayed today is that you are required, no matter what, to pay overtime. So this brings me to my next question, which is, I have two, Madam Chair, and then I know other folks have questions. So a couple of things. Thank you. So a couple of things. First of all, these post sheets that we have heard so much about. You mentioned two things that I would like answers for. The last thing you just said was that they didn't submit post sheets. They didn't approve them before the post sheets were sort of utilized. Who is this they that you're referring to that did not approve these? So you can't use these.
James Arenda for the record. So when you talk about post charts, we build the post charts around how many approved posts you have. And the post charts will identify what those posts are, whether they're 24/7, whether they're 5 days, 7 days, that. Those post charts have to go to the legislature for budget approval. They don't approve what's on them. They just say, if this is what we got, we justify to say this is what the post chart said, this is how they got to that. The legislature would have to approve the use of those post charts to have the budget money moved over to pay for that. That's all that comes from. They don't get down in the weeds to say, yes, this post, no, that post. It's the post charts have to be approved legislatively in order to get the money to be able to move over that we need for PCNs.
So when you were referring to, I think you said 2012 redo of post sheets, the they that you were referring to is the legislature?
James Arenda for the record, that's what I was told, is that Greg Cox, the director at the time, brought it up to the legislature, and I'm not sure if it was on the interim or if it was during the regular session, and was told that since it was not approved from the legislature to do the staffing analysis, that they were not accepting it as an analysis. Because they said that the ASCA at the time were all hired, this is what I was told from Greg Cox, what was hired from ASCA was retired directors, and it would be a conflict to say that a retired director saying that another director needed this, it wouldn't be impartial. So I still have those post charts. Those are post charts that were never submitted through the whole process, and they continue with the same post charts today that have been going on prior to then, except when we come back and say we housing unit opened and we need this put on the post chart. But those post chart analysis has not been done prior to then.
So how many times since 2012 has the Department of Corrections brought before this body a recommendation, a request, or a redo of those post sheets to adjust your staffing levels?
So James Arenda, for the record, we have asked probably every session when we add on posts. So if we add a housing unit that was under construction or coming up, we ask for it, but not to redo them.
But I'm going to stop you right there because I'm not talking about a new housing unit or a new issue piece where we're then being asked to fund additional positions to fund a new place, right? We're talking about that there is an issue that you have identified has been going on for a very long time. That part and parcel of that is that as of 2012, these post sheets were not approved or admitted, that those same post sheets are being used, that this is forcing you to have to regularly default to using overtime as opposed to hiring new officers. And so how many times have you come to the legislature to ask to redo those since 2012 to add positions to adjust so that not all of your officers are continually working overtime on a regular basis, such that now we have this very large hole that we have to fill?
James Arenda for the record, so I can't speak on the last couple sessions that I wasn't here, but when we brought this up, or I brought this up when I first got here, I was told we need to wait until you have an outside consultant come in to do the analysis based upon data, not by what we think, but using standards across the country, ACA standards, American Correction Officer standards, using that in analysis, and then we can ask for the post charts to be redone based upon what the staffing study showed. But we have not brought that up because there has not been a staffing analysis done by an outside contractor since 2011 and 13.
And why has there not been a request every session since then if that was done, not accepted, is not being utilized? This has been an ongoing problem since at least then. How come that request has not been made every single session since then? And I understand there are some that you were not here, so I won't ask you to speak to those. But what about every other session in between?
Go back to 2019, and you could pull up Frierson and Carlton. It did come up. I brought this up when I was here in my first term. What happened after I left, I have no idea. Brought it up again in 2023, was told I got to do a staffing study from an outside agency in order to change those post charts.
But I'm not talking about the post charts. I'm talking about the staffing study. Where's the request for that staffing study then?
So that came up in 23. The staffing study, when I put it on an RFP for a company out there in 23, to be able to get a company that says that they can actually do this. We had a bunch of companies put in for this, and a company called Corrections Consultant, Inc. was the one that actually accepted the offer and that was hired.
I think some of I think the frustration, right, is that this is something that is also, if we're going to regularly use overtime, and this is maybe you probably have an answer to this, and then I'm done, Madam Chair. But to me, if it is that we're just going to have to regularly rely on overtime, either because something was not approved, because the post sheets can't get fixed, because there isn't a staffing study done, because there's a CBA, because of whatever the reason is, if we are aware that there is going to be a regular ongoing use of overtime monies, then there should have been some piece of that that said, we're going to need a reserve of X amount of dollars that we believe, because we are going to have to pay overtime, so that we're not sitting here with a hole in a current fiscal year that we have to go now find money for, which means we have to readjust things in the budget that we have before us that we have been going through. And as this issue has come up, I think two things of note. A, that just should be a budgeting practice if there aren't other solutions to this, rather than to know that this is going on, turn a blind eye to it, then have a budget hole, then be asked, halfway through a legislative session to figure out how to fill that hole. And two, there's got to be then, I think, some more conversations about how it is that this is remedied, because it is just, it puts us in a very bad spot to have to try to find that significant amount of money, at this point in a legislative
So, James
session.
Renner, for the record, you are 100% correct, and that's when you look at the money issue, it puts you in a bad spot. When I have to look at staffing issues and shutting things down, it puts me in a bad spot. This is not just about money on my end. I get faced to be able to cut that back. If I know I'm going to be 60 million, how am I going to cut back 60 million? You're saying put it into a fund? Great, that would make my problems go away. But since it's not, I have to go out and start shutting things down, saying we can't do this, can't do that. It arouses tension, security issues. 100% agree. But hopefully this will all be resolved once that posting chart and staffing analysis is completed and we come up with a plan over the future how this is going to be rectified. But right now it's not. And I knew this coming into it day one.
Thank you very much. And I'll go to Assemblymember Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director, for being here and answering questions. I got to push back on some of the things that you said, okay, because you and I both know this is my area of expertise, right? But I got to push back on a few things because I was not here in 2011, 2012, or whatever. I was here in 2019, but I was also here in 2021, and we had Assembly Bill 462. That bill was approved for a staffing study for $289,000. When we came back to this legislative body, that study hadn't taken place. I'm not sure what happened to the funds, but it was approved for a staffing study in 2021. But then again, last legislative session, there was Assembly Bill 507 that approved funding for a staffing study, another $395,000. That money was not used for a staffing study, and of that money, $225,400 are funds that are set to be reverted. So please let us know what happened to the funds for those two studies and why they were not done, because this legislative body heard you, and we appropriated the funding for the staffing studies for two reasons. We have a responsibility to make sure that the staff that work for you are safe, but for the inmates in our custody are safe as well. So please tell us what happened to that.
Jason Giesler, CFO for the Department of Corrections. Senator Chair Dondera looped through you to Assemblymember Monroe Moreno. I can't speak to the first issue of what happened in 2019 because obviously I wasn't here. I don't know if any of us were here in 2019, maybe Director. But
I believe it was 2021, and you may go direct.
Thank you. But in AB 507 that passed over the last by 8 a.m., it did appropriate some funding, $395,000 as one-shot funds for us to conduct a staffing study. What you'll see in F13 is a reversion of partial of that amount, is like $225,000 being reverted because the staffing study, as Director Zorinda had mentioned, the contract of that through Correctional Consultants Services Incorporated, that total contract's approximately like 160 some odd thousand and is expected to complete by this fiscal year. The Governor's Finance Office has asked us to revert any additional funds that would not be used via one-shot spend. So that information on F13 is a representative of the surplus of funding that will not be used.
Okay, so let's go there. When I'm doing my budget, if I have money left over in one fund that I might need to move somewhere else, then I talk to my husband and say, hey, maybe it would be better use of these dollars if we put them here. Was there ever a conversation with the GFO, the governor's office, or the legislative body that says, we're not going to be able to use all the money for the staffing study. We don't need it all. However, I do have a budget shortfall in this account, this account, and this account. Can I get permission to use those dollars that have already been appropriated for these other shortfalls instead of coming to the legislative body during a session and saying, now I'm an additional $60 million in the hole?
Jason Giesler, CFO for the Department of Corrections. To Assemblymember Monroe Moreno, yes, some of those conversations did occur with one-shot funding, but the way that the one-shot funding is designed is it's specifically to be used for the bill, how it's appropriated under the bill. And this section in AB 507 specifically earmarked those funds to be used for a staffing study for the department. So it would be mismanagement of funds for us to use that money for anything but that.
And it would be if you just move the money, which DOC has done before and then had to come and get their hand slapped. So I appreciate you not doing that on your own. But my question is, was there ever a work program that was brought to us or a conversation that said, hey, we have extra dollars for this staffing study that we're not going to utilize because the company that we've contracted with will not need all of the money. However, the department does need funding in this area, that area, or another area, and that the GFO could have submitted a work program to this body to move those dollars. That could have happened. Did it happen?
In particular to the correctional staffing study, no. In relation to other items, yes, those conversations have occurred.
There's so much more I could say, but I know other people have questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I'll go to Senator Nguyen.
I'm not going to reiterate what everyone else has said. Obviously, we are sitting here today towards the end of the fiscal year, and I understand the why, or what you're purporting to be the why we have these overtime things. I'm just wondering where it appears that in a management structure, there were so many levels of failure to catch this. And if we go back to just this last quarter's reports to the Board of Examiners, there was $15.62 million in overtime alone from the Department of Corrections. When we look at the next closest thing that's in close alignment with what you do at the Nevada Department of Corrections, we have public safety, and they're only at $3.2 million. And that's kind of a blip. And when I look back at the first quarter reports, again, it was another $15.3 million. And I suspect if I keep going back looking at these quarterly reports that are presented by your agency to the Board of Examiners, I'm going to see continual overages in the overtime that is purported. And then in talking with GFO, it sounds like they only became aware of this in the end of February of 2025. So how do we get to this point where we've had a colossal mismanagement where every area where a red flag could go up has not gone up over a year, where we end up into this problem? One. Two, what have you done to make sure that we don't end up with this problem moving into the future?
So James Render, for the record, first of all, those discussions with the current GFO was correct because they just started there in February. They weren't from the GFO office. It was discussed with the prior staff. That's why I was told last year in 2024, we cannot address the personnel services until we do the staffing study. But it has been addressed all along. I don't know what the process is with getting it to you, but I know this has been discussed. When you talk about what have we done, we shut everything down, and we constantly do that. And are we going to be here in the same boat yet next year if we don't do something different? Of course we will. We have to figure this out. And that's where that staffing study is going to come up. And we do what we've been doing constantly is shutting things down, utilizing staff from one areas to cover the others because they're not posted. And that's how you reduce overtime.
So you're saying that your agency told the governor's office, maybe not the current GFO, but had been in conversations with the governor's office as the head of one of the major agencies in the state, had these conversations about, hey, we're going to run into huge deficits. We're going to overspend like nobody's business in overtime. And they were aware of this, and they just didn't bring it to our attention until March.
James Renifer, I don't know when they brought it to your attention, but these discussions have been happening since I got here in 23. We knew we were going to be short, and I'm telling you we're going to be short next time too. And these are the reasons I explained today is where we're short. And we were told last year, this is before the current GFO office, that we needed to wait to adjust our personnel services issue until the staffing study was completed.
Now let's get back to the current, the post charts that we've been talking about. Obviously, we understand you need updated post charts. Have you even been submitting the post charts under the existing protocol and the existing thing? It's my understanding that we haven't even received, or they haven't even been received. So it sounds like you're so far behind in existing post charts.
Again, James Arenda, for the record, I was told to wait until the staffing study is done because I can't tell you what I need until a staffing study verifies it based upon an ACA standard to say this is where our post charts should be.
I understand that going forward in the future. And since that staffing study isn't even going to be complete until I think July of this year, was it just we are going to continue to act in this with this overtime and be back here with these huge overtime requests that we have to find money to cover?
James Arenda, for the record, I was told I need to find a way to cut back on the overtime.
I just can't believe this. And so you knew that there was an overtime issue, and I'm looking at the request. So you knew this was a problem back in the fall of 2024. That was around the same time that you were preparing your recommendations for the executive budget and what to be included in there. And this isn't addressed in there because you're waiting for a staffing study to be able to go forward, but you knew that you were going to have a problem, and that staffing study wouldn't go into effect until probably the 2027 legislative session. So what was the plan to address those shortfalls in the budget requests?
So James Renda for the record, just to cut back on overtime, and I have the warden here to say how we're actually doing it. That's all.
So what we're looking at today is a cutback on overtime already.
James Renda for the record, yes, and more than what has been going on. So we have a chart that'll show where the overtime was since January of this year, where it's going, and it's different because we took more drastic measures.
I guess I'm looking at some of the requests, and it seems like there's hardly any requests to increase staffing, just anecdotally, without a study. It sounds like, there's a CERT team, and there's things that are not going to significantly decrease a $53 million shortfall.
James Aranda for the record, so that was a move that we did when we transferred Ely State Prison to High Desert and the effect that it made on there, not our current staffing problem. That was based upon a specific transfer of offenders, high-risk offenders, and the need that it would take down at the Southern Desert because they needed to move that regional CERT team to High Desert where the incidents are happening, leaving Southern Desert with no staff for emergency response.
And may I ask just a couple more questions, Chair? Please. So it is your intention that you are not going to ask this legislative body for more money for staffing during this legislative session?
James Renda for the record, only the CERT team that you saw, that you mentioned for that area, and relocation of some staff from our closer facilities that were reallocated those numbers. But that was it, not the adjusted post charts and not additional staff to cover for that overtime that you're talking about. No.
And you're doing this not because you don't believe you need that staff, but because you're waiting for this study.
James Renda for the record, that is correct.
And then you're additionally trying to cut overtime internally to bring down this number.
James Renda for the record, that's correct.
But it's fair to say that you're going to end up in this problem even heading into fiscal year 26.
James Renda for the record, that is correct, but it probably won't be as much because we have other avenues to be able to reduce the overtime.
I'm just incredibly disappointed. You also said that the way you'll make this up is making significant cuts to programming. What kind of cuts are you talking about cutting in order to make up for this overtime shortfall?
So I have Warden Bean, who is the largest facility warden in the state that can go over what each facility does and what we cut back and what we decrease in order to make up for the overtime.
So Warden Bean for the record, Jeremy Bean. To address your question, so for programs cuts, what we've done is we have traditionally in-person program the offenders. That requires, because we have 20 housing units at my facility alone, it requires additional staff to stand in with the programming officers to foster those programs. We have transitioned all of those to distance education type of environment, and they're done through mail-in packets through the internal mail service to reallocate those staff members to a minimum staffing position to reduce overtime.
Are there any other programs that you're thinking about cutting, camps or any other things to alleviate staffing and work overtime programs that we are probably going to find out about next year when we're not in session?
Yeah, so we've also reduced our visiting schedules to every other week. We're on a 50-50 schedule so that we're only providing in-person visits to the population once every 2 weeks. Then those staff members assigned to the visiting positions can also be rolled back into the minimum staffing, reducing overtime further.
So rather than asking this legislative body for additional staffing, so we don't have officers working, I've heard numbers from GFO that there is an officer that has already in this fiscal year logged in 1,600 hours of overtime, which puts you on track to work 80-hour weeks. Rather than do that, we are going to cut visitation. We are going to cut educational programs that ultimately, what we've heard from you, Director, over and over and over again, actually make those prisons safer for your correction officers and safer for the people that are incarcerated in there. Is that my understanding?
James Renner, for the record, that is correct. And then we just monitor tension and stress in the units, and when it feels like it's hitting at a point, we reopen everything. That is correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. And I believe Assemblymember Watts has a couple of questions.
Thank you so much, Chair, and just to echo my colleagues. I know that we had some of these conversations in Budget Subcommittee, but even more has kind of come to light through this. I just want to follow up a little bit on this staffing study issue. So the last legislature allocated funds for the study. What was the timeline from that approval 2 years ago to finding a vendor and getting the study underway?
Sure. James Renner, for the record. So the first thing is drafting what we are looking for in the study and sending it through approvals of making sure all the staff that are involved with facility planning and all that understand what's going to be in the proposal after we already got the ROI initiated. When we do an RFP, we put those proposals in so that we could submit it for an RFP. That entire RFP process takes about 8 months. Once you get the RFP process completed and a vendor on board, then we do the contract piece. We negotiate the contract. We work with the Attorney General's office. That could take 3-4 months from there, and then we put it and present it in front of the Board of Examiners for the actual contract. Then we can get the money approved to be able to start the contract. But just getting that on board was about 18 months.
And when is that study going to be complete?
James Renner, for the record, it's already in progress with the corrections consultant, and it's actually, they said they will submit the final report by June 30th of this year.
And then, thank you, Chair, for the indulgence. And then, so you mentioned that you essentially had to do everything at the ground level. As you heard, we approved funding for a staffing study in 2021. So none of that, no groundwork was even completed in advance of you returning to this position. And so you had to do some of that initial work with staff, essentially the pre-RFP work. And you did that after the legislative session in 2023, after that bill had passed and those funds had been approved.
So James Renner, for the record, you're correct, and I have no idea what they did in 21 with that money or what they did with the process, but I have nothing turned over to me from the last administration showing what they have done with any outside consultant or request for or RFP or anything for it. I started it from scratch.
Thank you for that. And I guess the last thing I have is just a comment. You know, I think our understanding, I know that there's those timelines. I think our understanding was that when we fund a staffing study, we expect that in 2 years, when we come back in session, that we're going to have results from that can inform our budgeting for the following 2 years. And so it's incredibly frustrating for me, and I think for everybody else on this body, to hear that that study is going to be completed a month after this legislative session concludes. And we're going to have to wait another 2 years before we can see updated post charts and updated budget mechanics to reflect a need that has been communicated to us and that we have been working on our side to address for at least the last 4 years.
So James Renner, for the record, I echo exactly the same, and it's my frustration too, and that's what our RFI, RFP, our contract, the state created to be able to have a process that takes this long, and now here we are. I can't get a company fast enough to be able to do it that quick. It takes them at least 8 months before they can actually complete a real study of every facility.
Thank you very much. And I'll go to Assemblymember Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Director, I need to apologize to you. I believe that you've been put in a situation that's not a winnable situation. I respect your leadership and you know how to run your facility. I believe that you don't need a study to tell you. You know where you're lacking of staff. You know that every month when you see the overtime, you know at this facility, on these days of the week, we are short-staffed. You know if there's a medical emergency, you're going to be short-staffed. I believe that you are a professional that doesn't need a study. And I don't know if it was the legislature or the governor's office or who it was has put you in a situation that makes the men and women that serve under you in a bad situation. I believe that you know the dollar amount that you need, the number of bodies that you need. The study would only confirm that. Now that you've told us, we have a responsibility to make sure that you get what you need for your staff to be safe and the inmates in our charge to be safe. So you may not have gotten the approval from the governor's office or the okay, but because you are a professional and the administrator of this division, I would like you to tell us what it is that you believe you need. I don't know if we have that in the budget because the budget's tight, but we have a responsibility now that we know about it to try to find that. Because it would be irresponsible of us to let this continue knowing you don't have the staff or the money and you're gonna have to come back to us in the interim to ask for it. So what I'm asking, I'm sure you probably have it on the back of a napkin or somewhere. Get that information to us so that when we go to close budgets, we can address that. Because if we don't, then that's a failure on the legislature. We have done what was brought forward to us and tried to address that in 21 and in 23. But now that we've had this conversation today, you've put us all on notice. We do have to make a change. But the only way we can make that change, because we don't sit in your seats, we're not in the warden's seat or any of the other wardens, they know what they need. Will we be able to meet it all? I don't know, but we can try to close that gap. But we can't even try to close the gap if we don't know what that gap actually is. Is that fair?
James Roner, for the record, I completely agree. Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to Speaker Yeager.
Thank you, Chair. I don't really have a question. It's more of a request, but I think if there are a lot of takeaways from this conversation this morning, and one takeaway for me is something we already know. It's very expensive to run a prison. It takes a lot of people. You factor in healthcare, and so I just think about some of the reforms we made years ago to try to get more nonviolent offenders out of your custody and into local jails and programs. So my request is this: as we see bills coming in through this session to put more nonviolent folks in prison, to extend prison sentences, to limit the availability of parole, if you as an agency can make sure that you're accounting for those costs in the fiscal notes that you're submitting, because I don't think it's not just the fiscal note, it's not just the fiscal impact of longer sentences or more people, but I think you have to factor in the problem that we're looking at now, which is there's way more costs than we think on the back end because of the overtime. And so I would just ask you to be very mindful of that as we're looking at those bills. If you could take some extra attention on those fiscal notes and really think about what the extra impact is going to be from some of these bills that are coming through the session, because I think the last thing we want to do is be back here in 2 years and maybe we solve this problem, but we have other problems because we didn't account for the impacts of these things. So, and I just want to thank you for being here to answer these questions and bringing this to light. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And when we started this particular item, I did not mention F13. Instead, I said E64, 66, 67, 68. Do you have anything else that you want to add for F13, since we have sort of covered that within this conversation?
James Roner, for the record, no, I do not.
Okay, thank you very much. Any additional questions or comments from the committee? All right, with that being said, I would accept a motion for E 64, 66, 67, 68, and F13.
So moved.
Thank you
Second.
very much, Assemblymember Monroe Moreno, second from Senator Wynn. All those in favor say aye. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 1-minute recess. If we could come back to order, we're trying to get the day's schedule organized. And so with that, what we are going to do is we are going to recess right now. We will come back upon the adjournment of Assembly floor, and we will hope to get this all done so that the afternoon committees can continue on. And so with that, I will recess until after Assembly floor. Thank you very much.
You can leave your stuff.
You may
here.
leave
No
your
one else coming
things,
in.
yes, you may leave your things at your desk because no one else will be in this room until then. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for working with us through the recess. We will go back to our agenda, and we will go to E89, E90, and E91.
Good afternoon. My name is Sajid Sularia, S-A-J-I-D-S-U-L-A-H-R-I-A. I am the Deputy Director of Project Delivery and Engineering at NDOT. With me in Las Vegas is Deputy Director Mario Gomez of Operations. Here in Carson City, I have Assistant Director of Administration Felicia Denning. And I will pass over to her to give you the work programs.
For the record, my name is Felicia Denny, D-E-N-N-E-Y, and I will just give a brief overview of the work programs. The first one is work program number C73651. This program requests $110 million in federal aid reimbursement and $40 million in state highway funds to ensure the department has adequate authority to cover projected capital outlay expenditures for approved state and federally funded projects, including state match requirements. The department's 2025 budget was submitted in September of 2022 and was originally projected at a required flat conservative level. At that time, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act was in its first year, and we were very fortunate in that we received some discretionary grants that were not foreseen at that time. Since that time, highway construction costs have also experienced significant inflation. By the measure of the Highway Construction Cost Index prepared by the FHWA, we've seen costs increase over 68% from the fourth quarter of 2020 to the fourth quarter of 2023, and that's greatly impacted our project costs. The next work program that we're here for is work program C74551. This work program requests $10 million in state highway funds to ensure that the department has adequate funding to cover higher than anticipated costs for security services, maintenance contracts, electric utilities, diesel fuel, repair parts, and other operating expenses. And last but not least is work program number C74134. This work program requests $705,000 in state highway funds to provide adequate authority for the department to make payments to OCIO to cover computer services provided by that agency to the department. This funding is needed to cover changes in OCIO rates that we did not have in our original budget submittal. And we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I believe Assemblymember Watts has a few questions.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I do have a few. So I know we've had a few conversations about this as well in some of the subcommittee hearings about the proposed budget for the upcoming biennium. But based on the materials that I have, if we approve these items, we needed to have around $140 million in actually ending fund balance of about $150 million in order to meet our kind of reserve goals of 30 days of operating, 45 days of capital construction expenses. If we approve these items, we're going to be at about $50 million, which is about 1/3 of that amount. So can you just walk us through, I guess, first of all, how did we kind of get to this point? And second of all, what are the potential consequences of running on such a small reserve amount?
Felicia Denny for the record. How we got to this point is we had a lot of projects that were planned where the costs went up significantly. We also had some federal money that we didn't want to lose that required higher than average match. And so when those bids came in higher,
it took a greater need for our state highway funds. Additionally, just the cost of operating has gone up. We had some emergency projects here and there that we needed to deal with. And so as a result of that, the department's been deferring state-funded projects and focusing overwhelmingly on our federal program with the goal of bringing the highway fund balance up over the upcoming biennium. We also share this highway fund with other state agencies, including the DMV and the Department of Public Safety. And I believe while they don't spend as much of the highway fund as we do, they've also experienced increasing costs. And so that's also been part of the story. Your second question was, what is our plan? I think I answered that. Please correct me if you need any additional information. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the question was, what are the consequences of that? And so I think you discussed about one of them, which is state projects are being deferred in order to have enough resources to see through the federal projects that we already have underway. Are there any other potential consequences to this, including impacts to our bond rating, any potential risk of cash flow being so low that we may have difficulty making payments, any other potential issues?
Felicia Denny, for the record, thank you for restating the question. The consequence of not having enough budget authority, which is the reason we're here, and I do want to reiterate that the majority of it is for federal aid projects to receive reimbursement, would be that we would not be able to pay our contractors for ongoing projects. And so that would be not a good thing at all. Also, as to our bond rating, if we're not making payments, that does not bode well for our bond ratings. We're very careful when we do issue bonds to work with the Treasurer's Office, as is required per NRS 408. We also receive authority from the Transportation Board, which has oversight, and the Board of Finance before we're able to sell any bonds. And then we do work with the Treasurer's Office, hired consultants. They're legal and technical consultants. And so we would work with them on any future bond sales to try and ensure that we can get the best terms possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And that actually was another question I had of what would the consequence be if we did not increase this authority. So I think you did a great job answering that. I think the question is, what risks or consequences are there to the state currently due to the fact that we only have about 10 days of operating expenses and 15 days of capital construction expenses set aside? Could that impact future bond ratings for future bond issuance? And do you see any other issues with the fact that we have 1/3 of the amount that has historically been recommended that we have set aside?
Felicia Denny, for the record. Yes, it could have an impact. I do want to point out that we are looking, and rightfully so, at the unrestricted balance. And that target's very important because those are the most flexible funds we do have. We do show that we'd have a balance of bond funds and restricted funds. And the department typically makes an effort to use the most restricted funds first. And so we're putting a special emphasis, not just on federal projects, but utilizing those restricted funds wherever we can so that we can bring up those balance of those unrestricted funds. We certainly are working hard to increase the balance.
Thank you. And again, I know that we've had some of those conversations in subcommittee as well. And so we'll definitely be following up as we move towards closing on that budget for the upcoming fiscal year, because this is definitely a concern. The fact that we may be operating not only for the end of this, heading into the end of this fiscal year, but for the next 2 fiscal years under this level that we've had set, and potentially significantly so. So you mentioned that there have been essentially changes in the kind of the statewide transportation improvement plan, deferring certain projects. Do you have any information in front of you currently on what projects have been or will be delayed or canceled in order to address this low balance in the unrestricted highway fund?
For the record, again, Sajid Solaria, Deputy Director, NDOT. Member Watts, the projects that we are, they will be deferred. I only can highlight, there's a number of projects could be affected, preservation projects, but some of the big projects we're talking about is the next phase of North Valley's project. That's one major project that we are targeting to advertise fall of this year or early, late summer. Also, we have I-80 project that we all know about. That is a major project that we're looking at. We have some other bridge replacement projects that are coming up up north here in I-80, and also some projects in Las Vegas. We are looking at, we're currently in design, but it's like Via Nobila, Henderson Interchange. We are coordinating with our stakeholders, and these are some of the major projects, but there's a list of other projects statewide that could impact.
Thank you. So if you could just follow up with that information for us, I think that would be very helpful. And I know the questions are direct, but obviously this is an issue of concern for us. We're both concerned about this potentially having additional repercussions for the state and for our financial standing over the next biennium. It's also a current concern in terms of just the limitations and constraints that we have and the projects that we are seeing getting pushed out, delayed, deferred, canceled, et cetera. And, I do appreciate that you're in a very difficult position to work with. We have structural issues with the highway fund balance. We are not getting enough revenue into the highway fund to meet our transportation and infrastructure needs. And we're going to need to take additional action, hopefully soon, to address some of those structural issues. So if you could follow up with some of that so we understand what the consequences are to important projects. And I know we did talk about North Valleys, and there's essentially one phase already underway, additional phases that need to happen in order to really complete the vision for that project, but those may not move forward immediately following that first phase due to some of these funding constraints. So if you can follow up with that information, that would be great. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any additional questions on these particular items? All right. Oh, Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a quick question. I'm not sure how much your department division's involved in Brightline project that's going on. Do you anticipate any, with everything going on in the federal government, do you anticipate any work stoppage, money being pulled back? Have you heard anything about that?
For the record, Sajid Solaria, Deputy Director of NDOT. At this moment, best of our knowledge, everything is moving along. We are not hearing anything. The project is moving forward, and that is, I believe, construction should start this summer. That's what we hear. So fingers crossed, I think we can check.
Thank you so much. I'm crossing both fingers.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions? Okay, if not, I will take a motion on E89, 90, and 91.
Move to approve.
So moved by Assemblymember Monroe Moreno, seconded by Senator Wynn. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Thank you very much for being here with us today. We will next move to E97. Public Employees Benefits Program. Thank you for joining us. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Celestina Glover, C-E-L-E-S-T-E-N-A, last name Glover, G-L-O, V as in Victor, E-R. Today we present you a work program to increase our budget authority in our medical claims category by $33.5 million. We will do this by reducing our reserves by a little over $15 million and using some savings we have in another expenditure category, as well as offsetting some projected increase in revenues. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. I do believe we have one question from Assemblymember Brown-May.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for being here for your long day and the break in between. I appreciate that. I see in the work program exactly what you just detailed and $15.3 million in reserve reductions. And I'm curious, can you talk about what concerns would have if the reserves are $15.3 million less in FY26 and FY27 compared to the amounts that are projected in the executive budget? Like, what is the impact?
This is Celestina Glover for the record. Obviously, it's going to affect our balance forward. It's going to reduce what we have available. That will also be dependent on our final expenditures and revenues, so that reduction in reserves could be offset with additional revenues or savings in expenditures. So we don't know what that true balance forward is going to be, so it may not be as big a hit as it looks right this second. Obviously, a reduction in our reserve levels affects us if the new budget is not sufficient to cover our cost. And that is always something we have to be concerned with. In the past, we had excess reserves and we could tap into those. We no longer have that. There is a small amount built into the 26-27 biennium, but where that ends up, we don't know. We're seeing these shortfalls in part because our medical claims have been budgeted at a much lower percentage than we are experiencing. We are typically capped at the same amount the rest of the state uses, corrections, Medicaid, but our inflation has gone up higher than what we've been budgeted for. So we do what we can in other areas, but part of the reason we have those reserves is to bail ourselves out if we need to, and that's what essentially we're doing.
Thank you. Follow-up, Chair? Yes, please. Thank you. So I just really want to be thoughtful, and I appreciate the hard work that you're doing in order to balance. If the $15.3 million is not restored to reserves, what are the potential impacts to plan design, to benefits in the coming fiscal years?
This is Celestina Glover for the record. So depending on what we see in actual expenditures, so rates have been set for 2026 because we're in the rate testing process now. May 1st is open enrollment. In 2027, if we continue the way we're going and we continue to have to go into reserves, then it will affect our benefits if we can't fund ourselves. So what that potentially does is either we reduce benefits, which we don't like to do, or we use what we have for the employer contribution and we have to offset it with the employee and the retirees' contributions. So their rates potentially go up. We did make a decision during our board meeting on March 20th to offset the amount of subsidies, could potentially lower the rates for the 2026 plan year, but we've agreed to keep those flat. The board did approve that so that we can reserve a small amount of our employer contributions for 2027 because that is the year we don't know what's going to happen at this point. That's more of a concern than 26 is.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. 27 is a concern here as well, as we're looking at how are we thoughtfully preparing for the future and the folks that are counting on their benefits. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions on this item? Okay, if not, I will accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you from Assemblymember Monroe Moreno, second from Senator Wynn. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes, and thank you again. All right, next we have withdrawn G, so we will go to H, the Housing Division report on Home Means Nevada initiative. We'll move to This is the standing agenda item for a report from the Housing Division on Home Means Nevada Affordable Housing Initiative. And here to present is Steve Acroth and Christine Hess. Welcome back to the table, and please begin when you are ready.
Thank you. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to talk through our Home Means Nevada project. I'm Steve Acroth, Administrator of the Nevada Housing Division, for the record. As indicated, to my right is Christine Hess, our Chief Financial Officer, and sort of a follow-up from what we were discussing this morning, or at least what Christine was discussing this morning. Our updated projections, which you haven't seen, are 41% of the total of the $500 million spent, $206,708,000. So we're at overall 41.48% spent through on the entirety of the Home Means Nevada projects. And as we look at it both from an overall standpoint and from an individual standpoint. And I kind of want to go through this process of how we get to the expended levels. Obviously, as was told to you earlier today, all the funding has been obligated, so that box has been checked, and we've seen communications from Treasury looking for obligations to be refunded. Obviously, we have none at this point, nor does the state, as was indicated earlier. But when we do our projects, we contract our development projects on a reimbursement basis. And we do that to ensure that compliance has been met, that eligible expenses are being paid. It's just a way that we make sure that we double check before, so they submit a draw along with all the backup documentation. And then as they do that, it's evaluated at the division. The division determines that yes, in fact, these are eligible expenses and we can pay them, and then we cut them a check. So we have not advanced any funds. We always do it on a reimbursement basis with our development projects. If there's concern about that process or expediting that process, we could have a discussion about advancing funds to the development. It's not something that we're looking to do, not something that we would typically do in practice. But potentially that could happen, I suppose. To answer the overall question that was posed earlier today, we are extremely confident that all the funds will be expended by the December 2026 deadline. And to that point, if you look at the sheet, you'll see items highlighted in blue on the first page. Just take a look at the first page of our spreadsheet. And those items highlighted in blue are all projects that are 100% spent down. And the point I'd like to make right now is none of those projects are open. None of them have a COO. So when the money is provided to these developers, typically it goes out very, very rapidly once the construction begins. And it's getting to that point, and you heard that from other presenters earlier this morning, between architects and development and land. And but really when you start to go vertical is when the money really starts to go out the door. So with that, I just kind of wanted to provide that overall arching overview. I know when we come before this board, we have shown pictures in the past and done some other descriptions, and maybe to our detriment, we have not kind of gone through the deep dive that was indicated earlier today, and maybe that's something we need to correct in the future on these reports going forward. So with that said, I'm going to wrap up. I'll turn it over to Christine if she'd like to make any additional comments. She does have information on each individual project, so if there are specific projects you would like to ask about, we'd be more than happy to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and go ahead. No, I was just going to thank Mr. Acroft. Thank you very much, and go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair Dondera Loop. Excuse my interruption, and Vice Chairman Ro Moreno and committee members. Wonderful to be back with you. I did not have enough time to print everything, and I don't think you would have had enough time to read everything anyway. But what I did want to offer in our report, and the reason why Administrator Acroft gave you the most recent update is because I had our team member update the 331 numbers, right? We did it March 31st. We always do that right before we come, so we can give you hot off the press numbers as opposed to the 2 months prior to submit for the agenda. So I wanted to offer, as you look at the list, and if you have some questions on the projects, I know the majority leader had questions around some of the preservation funding, but I would be happy on the list to provide an update. And excuse me, I do have my Surface here because I couldn't get things printed soon enough, but I have both, as I indicated this morning, I have both quarterly project status reports with major milestones, so the points in which they are in their construction process. I also have their spend plans. That is a requirement. And again, as I spoke with this committee, we do flag projects that aren't spending timely for higher risk, right? And again, just constant follow-up. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I'll open it up to you all if you have a particular project that you'd like to hear a little bit more detail on. Thank you.
Members? They wore us down.
And if I may, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee, perhaps because of the time, and I know we're working towards the afternoon meetings, what I can do as a follow-up for this meeting, I had my team members I picked a threshold. I said, can you please provide me and drop them into a folder so I can find them easily, the quarterly reports for all projects that are less than 50% spent. And so if it makes sense for the committee, I can package that up with all projects that are less than 50% spent with their spend project forecast and their most recent quarterly report and send that to you.
That would be great. That would be very helpful. I think we all know that everybody's doing what they need to do. It's just that our comrades to the east were afraid of what may happen, and we want to make sure that we don't lose any of this funding. We know how important housing is, so thank you very, very much for that information and for offering that to us. All right, with that, if there are no questions, I thank both of you for being here this afternoon and waiting through the recess period so we could go to floor and come back. This is an informational item only, so there's no, we will not be voting on this. And so thank you very much, and hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll be here at the next one.
All right. I thought you would, Mr. Acroth. Thank you very much. All right, we will move on to agenda item I. And this is a follow-up report from the Division of Child and Family Services that was requested by the committee at January IFC. And here to present is Cody Finney and Mr. Jack Robb. So please go ahead when you are ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair Dondero Loop and committee members. Good afternoon. I am Cody Finney, and I am the administrator of the Division of Public and Behavioral Health at the Department of Health and Human Services. And this is really a team project at the Department of Health and Human Services, so I'm here today. We appreciate the opportunity to update you on the use of the $3.8 million in ARPA funds appropriated to expand services for children with behavioral health. On behalf of the department, I want to thank this committee for the continued support and guidance, especially in helping us to refocus this funding to best serve Nevada's most vulnerable children. We acknowledge that there have been challenges with this project, but we're really pleased to be here today to share with you the progress that's been made in the last few months. We've participated with the county, the governor's office, and local stakeholders in the exploration of several alternatives that achieve the goals of improved therapeutic settings, serving the populations that are currently being served in Building 12 and 13 on the SNAMS campus, and what was planned for Building 9 on that campus, and expanding the capacity to serve youth with behavioral health needs. All of that while making sure there is no lapse in services for the youth that are currently being served, as I mentioned. As you know, this is related in some degree to the Campus for Hope project, which was the impetus for moving away from the original plan to expand services into Building 9. Both long and short-term plans are being finalized. As described in the letter from Administrator McDade Williams that is dated 3/10 and is in your packet, that provides quite a bit of detail on the plans that we've been working on. Steps are being taken to prevent any lapse in that care. Administrator Schmidt from ADSD Aging and Disability Services, was able to make available a temporary solution for the intermediate care facility that is Building 13 with an existing intermediate care facility that's already appropriately licensed. And so we have that temporary solution while a portion of this $3.8 million is used to bring a facility in the community up to code. And that will allow the permanent solution for the intermediate care facility that was Building 13 and would have been Building 9. I stuck to the building numbers for the names because there's too many ways to switch around with the type of service. So I'm hoping that works for you, but I'll be happy to answer questions. In partnership with the county, we're identifying specialized foster care settings in the community. Really, the campus is not the ideal place for that specialized foster care, and having that in the community improves the ability of those folks to then move into that next level of community living in the community. Clearly, the emphasis is on community. And that is what is currently in Building 12. That funding was ending in August, so we were looking for a solution to that anyway, and a portion of this allows us to bridge that as we work with Medicaid and Administrator Weeks to build the rate for the therapeutic foster group home. That's another step in that continuum of care for these children. And by using, at no point will any of these children that are currently served be left without appropriate services or placement as a result of any of these changes, and that commitment has been expressly shared by our community partners. This effort also aligns with and supports the other initiatives aimed at strengthening the behavioral health system for children that Director Whitley and Administrator Weeks have recently brought to a successful settlement. So I hope that helps to anchor us. With that, I'm going to stop, and Mr. Robb and I are here for any questions.
Thank you very much. And I do believe that Assemblymember Mosca has a couple questions.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, thank you for waiting with us today. And you did say there's no lapse in services, so thank you for that. But do have some questions. Since the Clark County facility won't be ready till 2026, and I know you had mentioned ADSD, but just trying to understand, so will the services at buildings 12 and 13 continue there until the new facilities are operational?
Cody Finney for the record. So the temporary solution for Building 13 is a different building on the campus. And the county is working with us to look for, to find community placements for the Building 12 service, because that really is not an institutional level of care, and we'd like to see it in the community. And I invite Mr. Robb to add any details that you need.
Jack Robb for the record. The individuals in the ICF that are getting moved, they're going south of Transverse Road. They're moving from Building 13 to Building 1301. And that is made possible because Building 1309 is currently under renovation. When 1309 comes back online, May 15th is supposed to be completion of that project. We will move people out of 1301 into 1309. And then those individuals north of Transverse will move into 1301 for their interim until we can get another licensed facility in place. As we spoke about at December's IFC, there's plenty of community partners that want to help us through these endeavors. Licensed IFCs or intermediate care facilities and psychiatric treatment residential facilities, they lack in the community, and getting those items up to speed takes time and money, and that's what we're working through now.
Follow-up, please, Chair. Thank you. Thank you for that. And you did talk about more of the global view on what you're doing when you talk about community placements. But could you talk more just about what are the efforts to achieve the division's long-term plans to continue providing specialized care to youth?
Cody Finney for the record, thank you. So as I mentioned, we've got the settlement plans that Medicaid is working through. We've got the CIP that I believe you heard Mr. Robb speak to earlier this week about some additional capacity there on the campus. And a huge portion of this is making sure that the rates that providers are getting are adequate. And so that is key in that work that Administrator Weeks and Director Whitley are doing. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much, and I'll go to Assemblymember Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this is just clarifying for me. I thought we had a Building 12 and a Building 13. Then I heard you say today there's 13, there's 1301, there's a 13.9. How many Building 13s do we have? Is it one building? Is it different wings in the building? What's up?
Jack Ralph for the record. The low numbers are north of Transverse Drive where the campus for Hope is slated to be placed. And then in the Desert Regional Center, south of Transverse Drive, south of Desert Willow Treatment Facility is where 1301 and 1309. There's a bunch of cottages down there that parallel College Drive, mid-campus. So there's 12, 13, the low numbers, but then you get south of Transverse, they turn into four-number buildings.
Cody Finney for the record, if I may. So this is how I think about it, because I can't do what Jack can do and rattle off all those street numbers. DRC, Desert Regional Center, had traditionally buildings. That is an intermediate care facility, and so one of those cottages is a temporary solution for this. And as if I had a map, and DCFS, Child and Family Services, had the buildings that are named Building 12 and Building 13, and those are the ones that will be no longer in service. I hope that helps.
That did help. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to Assemblymember Brown May.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I'm just reading the backup, and I have a question. It looks like some of the residents are going to now be moved to the St. Jude Ranch for Children, which is located out in Boulder City. Is that correct?
Cody Finney for the record, that is a part of the longer term plan, yes.
Thank you. Follow-up, Chair. Yes. My question then relative to the folks that are residing in that care facility, what does that do to visitation? How are families affected? I'm just curious to know if we've considered that at all for the residents that are obviously utilizing the state service.
Jack Ralph for the record. I was in Boulder City on Monday, toured the campus with both Silver State Pediatric and St. Jude staff, and I asked that specific question: how does this impact families that live North Las Vegas, Northwest Las Vegas? How do they get here if they do not have the means? And because it already has youth living out there on St. Jude's campus, and they have a voucher system. They work with Uber and work with other providers to ensure that families can get out to visit those individuals.
Thank you. I appreciate that you've asked that question. That would be my concern going forward. I just would want to make sure that as we relocate folks, we're now not relocating them out of the state, but we're relocating them out to another city, which does cause another barrier for visitation and familial bond, right? Like, how are we helping kids recover, come through this process? I just want to make sure that we are adequately caring for our families without creating another hurdle. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions? All right, I see none, and this is also an informational item, so we will not be taking a vote. Thank you very much, both of you, for being with us today. And no one pulled informational items, so if there are no other questions, we will go to our last item on the agenda, which is public comment. And I will repeat, the public comment number is 888-475-4499. When prompted to provide the meeting ID, please enter 822-2635-2437 and press pound. When prompted for a participant ID, please press pound. So I will begin with public comment here in Carson City. Is there anyone who would like to make public comment? Seeing none, I'll go to Las Vegas. Is there anyone in Las Vegas? Seeing none, we'll go to the phone lines. AVH, is there anybody on the phone lines for public comment, please?
If you'd like to participate in public comment, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. I'm sorry, we do have one caller, Chair.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Shedd, S-H-E-A-D, and I'm here today to urge you to support Director Zorinda's request for funding to address the cuts to overtime within the Nevada Department of Corrections. These cuts will have severe and long-lasting consequences, not only for those incarcerated, but also for the staff working in these facilities and the families and loved ones of the residents. Reducing overtime has already led to rolling lockdowns, which amount to solitary confinement. The harmful effects of solitary confinement are well documented. It worsens mental health issues, increases aggression, and hinders rehabilitation. When residents are locked down, they lose access to what little programming NDOC currently offers to support their reintegration into society. They also lose access to outdoor time and sunlight, which is crucial for reducing stress, improving mental focus, and promoting overall well-being. Additionally, these lockdowns further limit phone access, cutting incarcerated individuals off from their families and loved ones. Children who rely on hearing their parents' voices each day for reassurance before school or at bedtime are suffering from this disconnection. Families already burdened by difficulties of maintaining contact face even more barriers, especially with visitation being reduced to every other week, not to mention those who have already scheduled future trips, taken off work, and purchased airline tickets to spend a very limited 3 hours, if they are lucky, with their loved one, are now scrambling to figure it out. What do we expect the outcome to be when individuals are confined to a 6 by 8 foot cell for extended periods of time, deprived of sunlight, and given a diet that has been linked to increased aggression and mental health deterioration? On top of this, severely limited access to loved ones, which serve as a vital lifeline for both those inside and their family, will have devastating consequences. The impact won't just be felt within the facilities, but will also extend to the staff working there, the families who bear these sentences alongside their incarcerated loved ones, and ultimately the broader community when these individuals reenter society. Restricting these essential connections only deepens the harm, making rehabilitation and successful reintegration even more challenging. If the goal, which is always said, is really genuine rehabilitation and meaningful reduction in recidivism, then prioritizing this funding is essential. I urge you to take action to prevent further harm and to ensure humane conditions within Nevada's correctional facilities, because true rehabilitation cannot happen in an environment of deprivation and neglect. As it stands, we are setting people up to return to society in worse conditions than when they entered, while also inflicting lasting trauma on their loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
If you've recently joined the call and would like to participate in public comment, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Caller, you're unmuted and you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Williams. I'm a board member with Return Strong, and I also have a loved one that is incarcerated. I'm calling in to support the critical funding needed for the safety, security, and normal everyday functions within the Nevada Department of Corrections. The state has an obligation to keep correctional officers safe as well as individuals that are incarcerated. As you heard, they've cut down visiting to every other week. There's no programming, and of course, our loved ones are constantly locked down, which also means no phone calls, no communication with their support systems and families. This also creates a hostile work environment for the correctional officers. Please fund a much-needed request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last three digits, 115. You may begin.
Hello.
We can hear you.
My name is Carrie Celaya. Okay. My name is Carrie Celaya, Celaya. I attended today's meeting via Zoom, and I was beyond frustrated to hear all the cuts will be taken from programming to offset overtime costs. Programming? What programming? What programming? The parole board repeatedly denies people parole because they haven't completed required programs, yet those programs are nearly non-existent. How can incarcerated individuals complete something that isn't being offered? The result? A growing prison population, longer sentences served, and families suffering because their loved ones are stuck in a system that sets them up for failure. There is no chaplain, no church, and no religious programs or groups to inspire change. There are no resources to teach life skills, coping skills, or stress reduction exercises. There is no library and no book exchange program, basic necessities that should be available in any facility. It's unbelievable that this needs to be said, but apparently it does. People in prison should have access to books, not just expensive books sold on tablets, not the few books that the family already deprived of the incarcerated breadwinner's income can afford, not the paltry section that cash-starved prison library. Prisoners, like every person who ever lived, deserve access to good books, books that transport them to another time and a place, books that teach them trade, books that keep them learn new languages, books that help them understand the world. Prisoners deserve books. Instead of addressing this crisis, resources are being misallocated. Before the move to Ely, high desert visiting rooms were full. Now that they are half empty, and yet the same number of visiting officers remain, sometimes 6 to 8 officers at a time. I recently witnessed a heartbreaking example of this. A loved one traveled from France to visit an incarcerated individual, only to be denied an all-day visit. The room was half empty. There was more than enough staff, yet the visit was cut short for no reason. Meanwhile, the reality inside is dire. Our loved ones are suffering. They are locked down for days at a time, receiving little to no yard time, minimal phone calls, and now even fewer opportunities for self-improvement. When we do get a call, it's not about family or normal life. It's them pleading for help. We hear the fear in their voices, the frustration, the sense of hopelessness, and then calls cut off. They are left in tears knowing that they are trapped in a system that offers them nothing but punishment with no path forward. If parole is dependent on program completion, then those programs must exist. Cutting them only guarantees for more parole denials, more overcrowding, more suffering. This isn't just unfair, it's unacceptable. Nevada must do better.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last three digits, 322. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ashley Revels, and my husband is incarcerated at High Desert State Prison. I don't know if any of you have ever had the unfortunate experience of having a loved one incarcerated, but it's a life I wouldn't wish on anyone. It's a life of constant worry, sleepless nights, and days filled with anxiety. We wait for a simple phone call just to know that they're okay. It's been days, nearly a week since my last call with my husband. When the operator finally connects us, I hear the relief in his voice just in him saying hello. I try to hold back my own emotions so he doesn't hear the sadness in mine. We talk, we update each other, and then just 15 minutes later, we hear the dreaded automated warning, 1 minute remaining. His frustration is clear because just as we are saying goodbye, the officers open his cell door and his care time is over. One call, one 15-minute call in nearly a week. How is this fair? For my husband and for so many others, the reality of short staffing means days locked in a tiny cell with barely 20 minutes of chair time every few days. He hasn't felt the sun on his face in over a year. Can you imagine not feeling the sun on your face for a year? Meanwhile, even the men that are in solitary confinement or in the hole receive more outdoor time than he does. This is completely inhumane. These conditions create animosity, tension, and increase the risk of violence, not for just those inside, but for the officers as well. And it's not just the incarcerated who suffer. Our children, the most important people to us, our children are mourning a father or a mother who's still alive. My son asked me the other day, "Hey, Mom, when's Dad going to call?" Anticipating his disappointment, I told him, "Sorry, son, he called earlier, and it's probably going to be a few more days before we hear from him again." I see the sadness in his face, the quiet heartbreak of missing a parent he barely gets to talk to. Nevada has entire communities of broken families who have seemed to be forgotten in all of this. This is not just about my family. It's about the thousands of families that are impacted by staffing shortages and the freezing of overtime for correctional officers. We are desperately crying out for change. Please don't let these conditions continue. Please don't let our loved ones suffer, because they are our loved ones. The families of the incarcerated deserve better. The officers deserve better. Our communities deserve better. Nevada, we need to make a change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon, Interim Finance Committee. My name is Denise Bolaños Heredia, BOLANOS HEREDIA, and I'm the Associate Director of Return Strong. We're an organization led by families of incarcerated people fighting for transparency, accountability, and humane treatment in Nevada's prisons. We're here today to address the overtime freeze in NDOC, which is nothing less than a public health crisis. Extreme isolation is devastating to mental health, both inside and outside prison walls. Nevada restricted solitary confinement because of its known harm, yet we are now imposing isolation under a different name. If we as a society choose incarceration as a response to harm, we have a moral obligation to ensure that it is humane, and that requires proper funding. As Speaker Yeager pointed out, if we can't afford a system that meets basic human rights standards, we must ask, should incarceration always be the answer? While this can't be fixed overnight, NDOC needs immediate funding to let people out of their cells, restore visitation with their families, and provide rehabilitative programs. The harm being caused right now must stop. We appreciate the thoughtful questions asked of the department from this committee, and we urge your support for these critical funding requests. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
My name is Anna Robinson, ROBINSON. I support NDOC getting the money that they're asking for. I think at this point it doesn't matter why or what, they just need the money. But it's nice to see that some accountability is taking place finally. I also echo Monroe Moreno's opinion today. I was previously incarcerated, and I also have loved ones that are incarcerated. And this needs to be done. So I am in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
There are no more callers at this time.
Thank you very much. And with that, that completes our agenda today. Thank you very much to everyone for this meeting, morning, afternoon, and fortunately not evening. So tomorrow morning we'll be back in a joint subcommittee to continue budget closing process, and this meeting is adjourned.